Yeah! Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Scores! That's a win! Five consecutive home runs for Carolina. It is good. It's gone. He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate. He's going to score. It's a walk-off. Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands SC.com, the official tailgate snack of our programming. Those are game day nuts, and I've got them locked and ready to go for this weekend. College football is upon us again, as it is Thursday. Pull up the Chief Sports app, and you can order your game day nuts or go to gamedaynuts.net. Boiled peanuts, no shells, best taste, 3 flavors. Gamedaynuts.net. That is Mike Morgan joining us in about 25 minutes. It'll be Coach Lamont Paris with the basketball program as they are set to go and get the season tipped off and rolling along on Tuesday night at the Colonial Life Arena. So we're excited for that. And we've got Perry Orth coming up at 11 o'clock too. We'll talk about what happened last weekend against Alabama and then what could happen this weekend against Ole Miss. Perry's always a great conversation, and he has talked a lot this year about much of what we saw Saturday offensively. So we'll get into some finer details with him. We've got a Fab Five to get to. Obviously, it's Thursday, so we'll play that and go over our records and make our picks, et cetera, et cetera. But Mike, I know this is inside the Gamecocks, but we do pay attention to other things outside of Gamecocks. What happened last night in Los Angeles is, quite frankly, well, it doesn't happen. Dan Schulman actually described it perfectly on ESPN radio. That doesn't happen with what Trey Yesavage is doing and what he did last night against the Dodgers. The Blue Jays are a win away from their first World Series championship since the great Galen Cisco was their pitching coach, my best friend's grandfather. Galen, that tip to you. And I have something. I want to read this to you. I want to just see your reaction. I don't know if you know all of this, but I want to see your reaction to this. You're a baseball guy, so this will comprehend very well with you. We know the story about Trey Yesavage. By the way, does anybody know where Trey Yesavage pitched in college?
East Carolina. Number one, first round draft pick out of ECU, and the American Athletic Conference Player of the Year his junior year.
Yeah, he was really remarkable, the 20th overall pick in the draft in 2024. So everybody knows the story that this guy started in low A with the Blue Jays down in Dunedin, Florida, right? Dunedin?
Correct. You're on it.
I'm on it. He was there April 2nd through May 20th, and then he went to high A. We had to go to another country for that. That would be Vancouver, Canada. Played for the Canadians from May 20th to June 12th. And then he came back into this country, the United States, and played for the Fisher Cats of New Hampshire in AA. Stayed there for 2 months, June 12th to August 12th. And then he went up to Buffalo, August 12th through September 15th. That's a beautiful time of the year to be in Buffalo, New York, for what it's
The
worth.
only time.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, August 12th to September 15th. And then he got the call. All right, so he gets the call, Mike. And in his now very short-lived big league career, he has made $57,204. All right, $57,204. Last night, Shohei Ohtani, Will Smith, Mookie Betts, and Freddie Freeman, who are worth a combined, just in the contracts they have signed with the Dodgers, $1.365 billion with a B. They were 0 for 11 with 7 strikeouts against the $57,000 man, Trey Yesavage. That's what he has made this year. In doing so, last night, he became the first pitcher in World Series history to have no walks and 12 strikeouts. And he also set the record for strikeouts by a rookie in a World Series game. That record-setting strikeout was against Freddie Freeman, for what that's worth.
Yeah.
And how about this? There have been 2 games in big league postseason history where a pitcher struck out 10 or more batters, struck out 5 or more consecutively in the same game, struck out 50% of batters faced, allowed fewer than 5 base runners, earned the win. Trey Yesavage clearly is one. Do you know who the other is?
Who the other that matched that stat line
Yes,
in the World Series?
in the World Series or in the postseason period.
Oh gosh, I mean, there's 100 people that come to mind. I'll guess Josh Beckett.
It's Trey Yesavage.
Okay.
He has done it twice in this postseason
I
against.
think we call that a trick question, but okay.
Yeah, it was a trick question, but I was teeing you up. I had to one up you somewhere, and I got it in early today. So
you've been waiting to do that all day.
It didn't matter who was going to be on with me; they were going to get pegged on that.
It was because I stumped the panel with the Bobby Richardson question yesterday,
Yeah.
right?
You and
Whittle were like, "Damn it! He just threw a meatball right by me, right over the plate."
Trey Yesavage has done it twice, and he did it against the Yankees and the Dodgers.
Oh.
I mean, this guy is, Mike, this is the story of a lifetime. For those that are like, oh, I don't really care about baseball. I mean, I don't know what. This is the story of a lifetime in pro sports, man. This is unbelievable what's going on with this kid. And I hope the Jays win it.
Yeah, it's been hard for me to watch a lot of this World Series because I'm always either traveling or working over the weekend. Last night, I saw the whole game, start to finish.
Yeah.
I've known Joe Davis since he was a young announcer that came up to me during a TV broadcast of an Auburn, Alabama game, and just wanting to kind of talk about this profession and everything else. And he is obviously skyrocketed. I know a lot of people don't like John Smoltz. I don't get it. I think John does great work, and maybe I'm biased because I love John, the player, as someone who rooted for the Braves, and I've actually played. He plays in a pickup basketball league in Atlanta. He's a damn good player. I've played against John. I never played with him, but he's just an awesome dude, and he sees the game. And more importantly, unlike a lot of former players that know the game but don't articulate it well, it's a lot of Captain Obvious BS from a lot of. With all due respect, the players we have on this show are very good, and what I love about it. And I hope to point, because I talk to about 3 former Gamecock football players every week, and I can tell you they don't all agree. I hate this, like somebody makes an opinion on a show like this. Well, as long as I've got covered by a former player and he agrees with me, that means my take is good. Don't rely on that. Your take, you might not have played at college football, but you might know what the hell you're talking about. And here's the thing, like not all former players agree. So yeah. I love that. I mean, Pat DeMarco doesn't say the same thing every week as Perry Orth. Good.
Or Steven Garcia.
Steven Garcia certainly doesn't follow the beat of anybody else's drummer. Good. We want differing opinions here. I don't need everybody to toe the company line. That's boring as hell. So we don't do that here. But Smoltzy is another guy. He's very opinionated. And he sees the game like a pitcher. And some people like these guys that are like professional, and I'm not going to say who they are, but there are now people as a profession, Jamie, they make fairly good money. Most of them are failed broadcasters, or they never did it at all. And their job is to critique every announcing performance, particularly national stuff.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to go and critique Derek Scott on a Gamecock basketball game.
But they should.
But they should, yes. But they're going to critique who they like and who they don't like on the World Series and on the NBA Finals. And a lot of those guys just rip Smoltz to shreds. And I just don't get it. Like, I think anyway, it's a complete aside, but I think he's outstanding.
I don't disagree with you, because I pay very close attention to all broadcasters in every game that I'm watching, just to see. I like to judge how good they are, to be honest with you. We can't help it.
We can't help it. We are the worst. Let's be honest. Those of us who are in the profession, we are constantly. You should listen to like TV production people watch a game on TV, and I've done this, and they're sitting there like, "Oh, that graphic was wrong. Oh, they put the bug up. The bug should have been up sooner. Oh, they should have not inserted a live commercial." They can't watch a game without critiquing the you-know-what out of every second of it. Mm-hmm. And I think people that do what we do, we're a little guilty of that too. You and I might listen to a talk show and go, "What the hell is he doing?"
All the time.
Right? I mean, we're the worst. We're the worst. I try not to do that. I really do. But it does kind of come with the territory. And we're all perfectionists. And, we certainly try to do things right on this show.
Well, Smoltz is great. I'm with you. I love John Smoltz. He is a hell of an athlete. He is every sport he's ever played, he's phenomenal at, and he's even better at golf, which is crazy. But
he's good at everything. He reminds me of Steve Pierce when he played at Carolina, and whether it was playing cards, foosball, air hockey, golf, anything you competed with Steve. The other players hated him, not like personally, but like, "Damn it, Pierce, do you have to be good at friggin' everything?" But that was Steve Pierce.
Yeah, exactly. That's how Jay Brown was, the great Jay Brown, one of my roommates. I mean, we played basketball one time. I was like, "You should be on the actual basketball team," which, if he still has eligibility, we'll ask Lamont about that, since he'll be up in 15 minutes. By the way, what the great quote of the night, then we'll move on from this, but the great quote of the night actually came after the game from Trey Yesavage. He was asked about the amount of money he's making and stuff like that, and he said, "Yeah, the postseason check, whenever that playoff check hits, that's going to be nice." And so I was like, "Well, how much money do they get?" And I went and looked at it. I didn't realize how. I don't know if he knew this, or if anybody knows this. 129 million went to playoff teams last year, but the way that it's pooled, 60% of gate receipts for the first 4 games of the World Series and the LCS, and then the first 3 games of the Division Series and the first 2 games of the wild card, because that's all that's guaranteed. And then the champion gets 36% of the pool. The runner-up gets 24%, and then it kind of goes down from there. So if you win the World Series, 36% of last year's $130 million goes to your playoff roster. And I guess they all split it evenly, so you might get a couple $1,000,000.
It's an awesome story, no doubt. And like it's hard for me to pull for the Dodgers. The Dodgers are like Ohio State last year in college football, with the highest payroll. Everybody heard that number, 36 million or whatever the heck it was. And then add Texas Tech with their billionaire sugar daddy Matador club. And you've noticed all of a sudden Texas Tech is good at everything.
Yeah. Interesting.
And then let's add Texas, right? Because we all know Texas has all that oil money and they outspend everybody. That's the Dodgers with no salary cap in Major League Baseball. So I find it really, really hard to pull for them. But I love Freddie Freeman. Called his games with the Braves, called his games even when he was in Gwinnett, because the days that we had off, Brian Jordan and I would call a few Gwinnett games on TV. So I caught him early. And just, again, first-class human being. I'd love to see him win another ring. Shame on the Braves for not re-signing him. I'll say that till I die. But if Toronto wins, it will not break my heart. They're a great underdog, small market story.
Yeah, man. Ever since, when I was a kid, I paid attention to him because of the Ciscos, because of Galen and Mike got to spend all this time around. I was always jealous. He has all these pictures of him and Roberto Alomar and just all those guys from that era. And then when Smoke went there, it was like, okay, well, I'm a Blue Jays fan. And he just raves about Toronto. So go Blue Jays. Win the World Series on Halloween night. They are off today for travel.
While we're off topic for the first however many minutes before we dive into Gamecock basketball with Lamont and then Gamecock football, as we always do, I'm going to Omaha for the first time since calling the back-to-back World Series for the Gamecocks.
Wow. I'm
doing my first ever game in Lincoln, Nebraska. Southern Cal at Nebraska. 409th consecutive sellout for Nebraska. This just in, they're good. It sounds like they're about to re-up Matt Rule, so Penn State's going to have to find yet another candidate. And I don't see Lane Kiffin going to Penn State for all the money in the world. So I'm going to go by the old Rosenblatt, which has now been taken over by the zoo. And it was a great zoo. I love the Henry Dooley Zoo, but I will miss Rosenblatt. And then I'm going to check out TD Ameritrade. Have you been? You haven't been out to the
I haven't been, man. No. Nope.
Okay. So I'm just going to look at it real quick. I just want to get a glance on my way to Lincoln. So it's on the way. I know a lot of Gamecock fans, 2010, 2011 especially, have been to both.
Yeah.
And some were 02, 03, 04. Some of the same fans went to all 5 of those, which is fantastic. I wonder if anybody who's living went to 85, 02, 03, 04, 010, 11. Is there a Gamecock fan out there that went in the 80s, 2000s, 2010s? Is there one that also went in the 70s? That's still with us and had the means and the time to go.
I know who would know. One person would have certainly known. That would be the late, great Tommy Moody, because he knew everything.
Yeah.
The only other person I know that would know, if you know what I know, is Stuart Lake. So we could put Stuart Lake on that.
Yeah, put out an APB for Stu.
Coach Lake, I saw him last weekend for a little. He introduced me to his college roommates, which was neat. He would know, so we'll have to ask him about that. All right, you mentioned the Big Ten. I'm going to mention another league. We're going to get plenty of SEC and South Carolina in today. Obviously, that's always the topic during football season. This weekend, Mike, could be a weekend from the upside down, to reference Stranger Things season 5, for the ACC. What do I mean by that? Well, 10th ranked Miami is on the road at SMU at noon, 11 a.m. Local time, Saturday. Louisville is at Virginia Tech. Now, I feel better about Louisville winning that game than some of these others, but still, Lane Stadium, Virginia Tech. You know, you got a 3:00 kick on the CW network. Nobody wants to walk into that. 15th ranked Virginia is out at Cal. Cal is surprisingly 5-3, and you can fall asleep at the wheel out there. The Wahoos are only 4.5-point favorites in that ball game. 8th ranked Georgia Tech is at NC State. Now, Georgia Tech's the better football team, no doubt. But this is that classic NC State wins a game that nobody expects them to win.
100%. Yeah.
You know, so
I agree.
Pay close attention there. I don't think Notre Dame has any issues at Boston College, and I don't think Wake will go down to Florida State and win that game. Although they could, because Florida State can't figure out how to win in the ACC, even though the Noles are 9.5-point favorites at home. So I don't know what's going to happen. Duke is at Clemson for what it's worth. The Tigers are 2.5-point favorites against the Blue Devils at home on Saturday. But you know, this kind of spinning off of the conversation we had yesterday, does the ACC, are they a one big bid league? Do they end up getting 2? Well, this weekend might go a long, long ways in determining that.
Agreed. And I agree with your premise. and this could apply to the SEC too, who knows? This is one of those weeks. The games aren't getting the same amount of attention as some of the other ones. Would you agree with that? The week of skit games not getting the same amount of attention as some recent ones, right?
Yeah, and there's a reason for that. There's 3 reasons for that.
All right, lay them on me.
1, South Carolina's not as good as everybody thought they'd be.
Mm-hmm.
2, people still just can't believe that Vanderbilt is that good, and they're just not a big quote-unquote market team in the SEC. And most importantly, Florida isn't any good. And you got Georgia, Florida this weekend. It's like, Georgia, Florida plays this weekend.
Think about this. Georgia, Florida, which is year in, year out, one of the biggest rivalry games out there, and usually game day or somebody's out there. All Florida fans are talking about is who's going to replace Billy Napier. The game is secondary. And for that matter, Georgia's dominated Florida in recent times. So that takes away a little bit of the prowess of the game. But the other thing is, it's like, okay, yeah, it'd be nice to win, but are we getting Lane Kiffin? That's the question. A week from now,
True.
Alabama plays LSU. Again, these are games that I enjoy watching every year just as a college football fan. Alabama LSU is outstanding football 9 times out of 10, right? Everybody would be talking about that, including LSU fans. You hear anybody talking about it in Baton Rouge? Hell no. They're too busy listening to their governor tell the athletic director to his face, you ain't making the call. You are responsible for over $100 million in buyouts. You are a disgrace.
Dude.
I'm paraphrasing. You are Mr. Landry, the governor in Louisiana, who sounds like a character in like a B movie. I tell you, son, we don't believe in this athletic director. It's bizarre. I feel like I'm watching like a spoof. But he's sitting there in front of a microphone. I'd rather have Donald Trump make the decision than this clown over here. He can't get anything right. And this is the same AD. I pointed this out yesterday, that a number of people are like, that's what a real AD does. He goes big game hunting and spends a lot of money in it. Yeah, well, he's 0 for 2. Jimbo Fisher was a disaster at Texas A&M, and Brian Kelly was a disaster at LSU. So there's Woodward. I don't think he's going to have a job. I mean, if you're not allowed to make this hire, what are you there for? Fundraising?
Well, right. And also the most important question that I have about the whole situation, as soon as I saw this yesterday, I thought to myself, other than money, but the guys that they're going after already have money and continue to make that money in their respective programs. Why would you want to go be a part of this?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a big-time coach, Mike, the guys that they're going to be after, clearly Lane, and I guess if you're John Summerall, maybe it's an opportunity you can't turn down. But also, if you're John Summerall, you might get a call from Florida. You might get a call from Auburn. Who knows what's going to happen? Like
Kentucky.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why? I mean, you will make life-changing money anywhere that you choose to go if you choose to go. So why would you take this debacle that's happening on the bayou with the governor and the board of governors and the board of whoever the hell is involved, and the AD's like, what's up, man?
Yeah. No.
Let me show you where you're off. Would you like a cup of tea? It's crazy.
It's insane. And I get a kick out of these people. Everybody, all these national guys, they have to do it. This is truly the best job. This is a better job than that job. Your opinion on this matter is moot. It doesn't matter. Lane's not going for what you think is the best job. He's going to the place where he thinks him and his family will be the happiest.
Yeah.
Not
best job for him.
The best job for him. So I don't need your power index on what the best job is, because it doesn't matter. What you should be doing if you're writing these pieces is, what is the best fit for Lane Kiffin, James Franklin? In the case of Kiffin, this is it's a feeding frenzy. There is nobody that could be in more demand right now than Lane Kiffin. So he doesn't go to where so-and-so of such and such.com thinks is the best job. He's going to be the highest paid college football coach in the history of the sport, whether he stays at Ole Miss, goes to Florida, goes to Gainesville, goes to Happy Valley, if you think that's actually an option, which it's not. And I don't think he's going to Baton Rouge. I think it comes down to Florida or Ole Miss. And I have no idea where he's going to go. And anybody that tells you that they do, they are lying. They are lying. But nobody, I don't care who you think, what you think is the best job. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Jamie Bradford, you're a happy man in the state of South Carolina, are you not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep.
if somebody out of Chicago came up with a poll and said the top 10 places for the Bradford family to live, would you give a crap about it?
Well, I can tell you personally, after my time at ESPN ended, I didn't take jobs in Atlanta and Charlotte because of that. So,
okay, well there you have it.
you know,
You're going to go where the happy meter is the highest for Jamie and Mrs. Bradford and your two lovely daughters. That's what matters.
Maggie Valley. Oh.
Maggie, there you go, Maggie Valley. Well, I know for you it'd really be Jackson Hole. Let's be honest. But who the hell can afford Jackson Hole
in the summer? But Maggie Valley year round.
If you become a billionaire, then I expect to see you in Jackson Hole.
Yeah, I'll be all over the place
every summer.
Yeah, all over. I'll just have houses everywhere.
Yeah.
I wonder how many houses Lamont has. We'll step aside for it.
Make sure you get your mortgages through Troy Branham for all those houses you're going to buy.
Yeah, if you win the Carolina jackpot and you go out and buy a home.
Now you're talking. Yeah.
You know, there you go. Troy Branham he's got you taken care of with lower rates and lower home prices now too.
Boom.
More on that, and we'll turn our attention to the hardwood and the hoop. When we return, the head basketball coach of your South Carolina Gamecocks is ready to tip off next Tuesday. He'll talk about that and his team with us next.
Jeffrey's got space and a touchdown. Can you believe it? Touchdown! He caught it on traffic and scores. South Carolina.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365. Or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
is an exclamation point. Michi with the shot clock winding down says, why not? He's got enough. Puts up the jump hook off the glass. Yes, sir. Resets the feet. Lets it fly. Yes, sir. Flush. Right in the face of Big C. Drives around his man. Hanging in the air. Kisses it off the glass. And he got it. Horns down. Then you can put Spurs on this one.
It is 10:33. Welcome back to the morning show, built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros. It was about 9:57, and I was about to get on the air, and I said, shoot, I got to put on my quarter zip. I got Lamont on today.
There we go.
So we got to send you one of these with our logo on.
I do. Bring it.
You don't have to wear it on the court, just whenever you're grocery shopping or whatever. Extra large, okay.
XL's aspiring to BL.
Hey, you know what? That was me, man. I was an XL. I'm a large now.
There you go.
I got on the.
What a great feeling! Isn't that a great feeling?
It's very self-rewarding. Yes,
when you legitimately can move a size. What a great feeling.
Lamont, I'm just guessing you as an XL still looked a hell of a lot better than Jamie.
Yes. He's got better hair, better style.
To use a real estate term, you've got better bones. So on that frame, you were still probably sporting a sharper look than Bradford pre-avocado diet. But kudos to both of you.
It's all good, man. How are you, man? Everything good?
Man, everything is great. The weather's cooling down a little bit. It means basketball season's here. We've had scrimmage, exhibition. We're playing against other people. It's always great. It's a great time, man. It's just exciting. It's just very exciting time. So things are good. Had a good summer. Ready to rock and roll.
Well, we are so excited to learn so much about your team. I'm sure Mike will be courtside calling some of those games this year. So let's talk about the exhibition real quick here. How did you set it up a certain way? I know coaches handle this differently. And what did you learn about your group when you got out of there?
Yeah, so they changed the rule in your exhibition games. Normally we would play Anderson or a local non-Division I team, and so then they had this window where you could play a Division I school, but it was only in the benefit of a charity, a hurricane type fundraising situation, Asheville floods, that kind of deal. And then they moved it to where now everyone can play Division I opponents in the exhibition. I think it's a great move. That way you really get a chance to just see where you are right now against talented teams and physically more imposing teams. And so it was good. And in the guys' minds, it's a real game. I mean, we've been doing all the summer against each one another, and finally you break into a scrimmage, which is at least different humans, but you're wearing your practice gear, it's not real, and then you get into an exhibition game, and for the first time, it's in their brains, it's a real game. And so, who responds? Who does what? What decisions are made under these circumstances? Who's trying to do too much? Who's hiding in the shadows? Who handles pressure? All those things are the main things that you want to get out of something like that. And then you think you're doing a good job guarding the ball, or are you guarding the ball against good athletes? You think you're doing a good job of rebounding against one another. Well, maybe you don't go to the offensive glass really hard, and that's why you do a good job defensive rebounding. So just to do it against another team, a bona fide team, is good. So we learned a lot. We did some good things, did some really good things. Certainly we found some evidence of some things that we have to shore up in a pretty quick fashion, some pretty controllable things. But I was really happy with what the guys did, how they responded to some adversity. It was basically like a road game. We were in North Carolina. We were in Greensboro playing NC State, and of course it was Will Wade's first game, so they had a good crowd there, and they wanted to win badly. And so it was a great environment for our guys.
Coach, I mentioned this yesterday in passing that I just got done with our ESPN basketball seminar in Charlotte, and among the new analysts are a number of coaches in between jobs. It's kind of how it works these days. Rodney Terry was one of them. And I don't know how we got on the subject of Eli Ellis, but when I asked about him, he said, yeah, me and Coach Beard went to see one of his games last year. And he said that same definition that you did when I asked you about him a year ago when I did one of your games. He said, Mike, he's a flat-out dog. Like, that kid is an unbelievable warrior.
Yeah.
So obviously everybody knows what he did in that scrimmage. Tell us where he's at right now.
Well, that's where it starts with him. He's going to back down to no one. I mean, there's no human that he's going to back down from. And so that's just his mentality. Doesn't mean he's going to make shots on that day. Doesn't mean he's always going to make plays on that day. But so it starts with that for him. And then he just, he did. He made some shots. He made some plays. And once he gets he's so competitive. Once he gets into and towing the line on this will be what he needs to master, and he has for the most part. But like once he gets in a little flow, anything could happen. I mean, it could go bang, 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 4 shots right in a row. I don't know if you guys watched the Boston Celtics Cleveland Cavaliers game last night, but Sam Hauser had like 4 threes and he had 3 in 90 seconds. And it's like Eli, he has just a knack of doing that kind of stuff. And so, there was one possession late in the game where he was out of what the normal shooting range was, and he shot faked it. And it wasn't even one of those real shot fakes. It was like just to see if I could get you to go so I can drive you. And the guy just completely disrespected the fact that he wasn't going to shoot it. So then he shot it, and of course he made it. Yes, and
let everybody know about it.
He had something to say about it.
Yeah,
he had something to say about it. So he's a tremendous competitor, and that's what I love about him more than anything. He'll have some good days, he'll have some bad days, he'll have more good than bad, but the way he competes, he's never going to be irrelevant just based on how he competes.
Well, in your mind, what was more impressive, the 23 points or the 0 turnovers in 27 minutes?
Yeah, and they were. I mean, it might have been the turnovers because we scrimmaged Georgia Tech, and at one point we had built a good lead in that, and so then they came out in the second half and were really aggressive, pressuring the ball, and Eli did had a turnover and it was a mano-a-mano turnover. And so the guy just took the ball from him. And so I do think it was really impressive because they were switching a lot of stuff, which means you're never really that open. You always have a man on you. They were trying to pressure. They know him and his reputation. They know he's a freshman. They were coming at him a little bit. And so I thought that was really impressive that he did that. I thought he just found shots. He didn't search for the shots. He wasn't trying to make the shots happen. He did a really good job of just navigating the game in a way that, hey, if a bunch of shots showed up, I'm ready for them. If they don't, then so be it. And then he just found himself as the recipient of some great situations, and he took advantage of them.
All right, how about your guard play has gotten a lot of run, and we'll hit on Michi and some of those guys here in just a minute. But how about the front court? What were you looking for in the offseason via the portal and obviously your high school guys? And what do you think? What do you feel like you have there?
Yeah, I think we were looking for a little more depth. I think we were looking for some more skill and skill as shooters. Now, I say that, and Colin Murray Boyles has hit 3 threes in the last 2 games. I mean, I had the guy. I was holding the guy back. But for all the good things that those guys did between he and Nick Pringle and 2 guys that I love, Nick also was not a guy that was known for spreading the floor and shooting the ball from the perimeter. And so with what we do, if you look 2 years ago, we had BJ Mack who could do that. And we played Miles at the 4 some, which we'll do again this year more. And so you were able to do that. And then the beneficiary of that oftentimes was Talon Cooper or Michi Johnson in those years. And as you could see in this game, because you can spread the floor out, what really happens is that guys like Michi and Eli and whoever it might be, Mike had some foul trouble or Kobe rather this year. And so we wanted to get skilled in a way that there's a threat for 3-point shots to happen. I like threes. I mean, threes are worth more than twos. The way I think that's the math on it. And so we're going to shoot threes. And I think you're better served when you have bigs that can do that also. And again, it also then just makes you spread the floor. Late game situations, you get into a ball screen. Whatever you were doing, you have to really decide and evaluate if you're going to do that at the end, right? Let's say you're playing a low drop coverage on the ball screens with the 5-man. Well, in a 2-point game, are you going to do that and give a pick and pop to your center? Now, if it's Nick, probably the answer is yes. But if it's a variety of these centers that we have between Jordan Butler or whether it's Norden Kapich or Chris Estendoko can shoot the 3. Elijah Strong's going to play some 5 for us. I just don't think you're going to do that in those situations. So that was the gist of what we were trying to get with our forwards, and some depth too.
Coach, I'm going to stay in the backcourt because I felt for you last year. I cover a lot of teams, and I know even if you've got good guys in the front court and you had a lottery pick, if you don't have good backcourt play in college basketball, you're not going to win a lot of games, especially in a league like the SEC. So let me ask you about 2 other guards. We know Michi Johnson, but this is like this is like Michi 3.0, right?
Yeah.
So I want to know what the conversations have been like between you and Michi about how he can be better, and he was good 2 years ago, but how he can be better. And then the other one, of course, is a guy that a number of people tuning in are uber curious about, and that is Cam Scott, which obviously last year was kind of a lost year for him. So tell us the improvements, the maturation for those 2.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. Okay, well, I'll start with Michi, and you're right. He was a good player. You're always in search of ways to get better. He was so good that they picked him in a year that was the best year in the history of the SEC. Most coaches were saying until last year, he was a top 10 player in the whole conference. And so that happened. So how does he get better from that? He's been more mature. It's amazing when you're relaxed and very comfortable in your role, in your surroundings and environment, what that does to you. So he's matured. He really has. From a basketball standpoint, he's been more effective attacking the rim. Even in that NC State exhibition game, he had a couple buckets late in the game where he attacked the rim really hard and finished for himself. That's a little bit new for what he's been doing. And so I'd say that's one of the biggest things. His just overall pace that he's playing at is his pace, and so I think a lot of that comes just from maturity and comfortability. He's got a level of gratitude that is rarely seen in college athletics these days. And so I think we're seeing that on the court. And then Cam, was another guy when it boiled down and as we got deeper into the season, your bench is always going to pare down a little bit, but Cam averaged double figures minutes for us and played in more than 2/3 of the game. So, maybe it's not a great year based on what an expectation would be of a guy ranked where he was, right? But there were a lot of freshmen at the high major level that I looked at the guy from Alabama who was the top 10 ranked player in the country and played 15 minutes a game. So I thought we were trying to be committed to get Cam some minutes in a way that he could develop last year. But he's gotten better. He's gotten better defensively. Significantly better defensively. That was the biggest thing for him. He's also shot the ball better this year, whether that's due to spending more time on it. My guess is that's probably a combination of more time in the gym and getting more shots up, but also, and I encouraged him to do this because he was struggling defensively last year. I encouraged him to continue to be aggressive offensively because I don't want you worrying that you're not successful defensively and offensively. So go rock out offensively. I mean, do what you do, whatever it is that you do well offensively, do those things. And so that was my concept in trying to help a young man develop and feel more comfortable in his game. So, but this year he shot the ball better this year. He's not out there trying to find shots again. He's recognizing situations better. He's made significant growth. Now our backcourt has also, overall, our backcourt has improved in a lot of ways. And so what that means for minutes, we'll see what that actually looks like. He's going to have opportunity to earn them. He's definitely gotten better. There's no doubt. But I think we have a significantly more well-rounded backcourt than we did last year.
I wish we could talk to you for hours, to be honest. I know you're short on time, so I'll try to condense this and squeeze as much in as we can. You mentioning the minutes there, how about the opportunity that this team has in the non-con? There's obviously starting with North Carolina A&T, and I'm not trying to say this disrespectfully to any of the opponents that you'll play in the non-conference schedule. I know you got to the home state of the great Derek Scott. You got to go up there to the Greenbrier and stuff like that. You got Clemson. But it does seem like overall a very manageable slate for your group that has 10 and a half new guys. Michi's a half guy because he was here, he left, and now he's back. So you got 10 and a half new guys on the team. So when you look at this slate, the opportunity that's presented to this group of players, how do you present it to them where they can go out there and do some good things and continue to earn more minutes before SEC play gets here in January?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think that was actually part of what the scheduling looked like for us. We have this is the most challenging it's been for me in terms of we have 6 guys that there's such a fine line between who's better and who's better on what day. And so I think with some of these games, we'll get an opportunity, hopefully, to explore some of those guys and get them minutes and explore different combinations while we're out there. Let's not kid ourselves also, and I'm not one to shirk away from any challenges, but we played 18 games in SEC schedule last year, and 11 of them were ranked at the time we played. 17 of them had been ranked multiple weeks, even though they may not have been ranked when we played them. 5 of them were ranked in the top 5. And so what do I need 5 more quad 1 games in the non-conference for? Whereas if you're in the ACC, even the Big Ten, I looked at Wisconsin, and they played 3 ranked teams out of 20 conference games. We had 11 out of 18. So and that's not to, again, you're also going to get Clemson. It's always going to be a good game. We're playing Butler and Northwestern, 2 really solid teams in the Greenbrier. We got Virginia Tech, who I think Mike really likes his team in the non-conference. So I thought it was important to put some stuff in there where we could really try to hone in and fine tune what our best version of us is. And to some degree, there's some trial and error in that. And so to have some games where maybe you have the ability to do that is important.
Lamont, you certainly took the job at South Carolina knowing full well the recent history. Not 50 years ago under Frank McGuire. Maybe the last 30 years, the last 20 years.
Yeah.
We know it hasn't been highly decorated with a bunch of NCAA tournaments.
Yeah.
I've heard a number of coaches that have had that job tell me without a microphone in front of them what the biggest challenges are.
Yeah.
What in your mind are the biggest challenges for this job, and how do you overcome those hurdles?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's something to be said about recent tradition. I think that can be a challenge, right? These kids that we're recruiting are 15 through, well, who knows how old some of these transfers are now, but they're young. And so in their lifetime, before we went 2 years ago, it was 1 NCAA tournament in the last 18 years. So in their lifetime, some of these kids only remember 1 NCAA tournament performance. So I think that's been an obstacle. That's part of it. And just with the recruiting, from the recruiting aspect. So I think the way you overcome that and some of the challenge, again, I've always liked the challenge, is to recruit guys that fit you and your system really well. And then constantly we're always trying to get a better version of that ultimately. And so I think that's what we did in year 2. We were able to play the style of play that I wanted to play, more so than other years. And I think this year will be another year that we can do that. But I think that's where it starts. I'm a realist and an optimist, and so I believe that consistent NCAA tournament performances here is real. I think it's a real potential and a real possibility, and so that's why I'm here. And so it's funny to be picked last, right? That's what happened 2 years ago when we finished 1 game away from winning the league outright. By the way, if we had beaten Tennessee at home. But so I don't look at that. I look at what I think is realistic, and I think consistently being in a position to play in the NCAA tournament is real. If you can recruit the guys that can help get it done for you, and I think we've really tried to help us have the resources in order to be able to do that. And moving forward, I hope and anticipate that we can always be in a situation where we have the resources to recruit the players we need to compete at this level.
Coach, we'll get you out of here on this one as long as you're okay with that. If you got to go, you can cut me off now.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. We got a little time here.
Okay. We'll get you out of here on this one so you can get back to work. When fans show up on Tuesday night at the CLA to watch your basketball team, give me a brief snippet of this is the type of basketball team that you feel like they are going to see. Now, that could be a different team in January and certainly hopefully in March. Yeah. But what type of basketball team will they arrive to the arena to watch? And then also, we know Michi is a natural leader in this program as returning as one. But where does some of the other leadership come from, or at least where has it come from to this point?
Yeah. Okay. That's a good one. When our fans watch this team, it's a fun team. I think you'll fall in love with how they play for one another. I think how they communicate, their energy is positive. It's high. It's a very spirited group. And the ball pops and flies around. We shoot threes. We take a good number of threes. I think it's a fun brand of basketball. So I think that's what they can expect. A lot of high percentage of assists to baskets versus one guy dribbling 22 times and then doing his own thing. There'll be that at times, but it's a lot of movement, a lot of open shots, a lot of screening actions and anyone can get hot. There's going to be 10 different guys that have an incredible game, I think, this year. So I think it's a fun team to watch that way, and I think that's what they should expect when they see. And then obviously we're always going to try to play good defense, right? And then from a leadership standpoint, obviously Michi, he's been here, he's older, he's a leader by nature. He's got a good voice. He says the right thing. He speaks our language. But I think it's a collective. I think it's a group and a collective effort as well. You got guys like Miles Studi. You talk about Michi and Miles. Those two coming into the SEC, they've played. They're number 1 and number 2 in total minutes and played in SEC games. Wow. of anyone in the entire SEC coming back. It's Miles number 1, and then Michi is number 2. I think Hubbard's number 3 at Mississippi State by just a couple of minutes. But anyway, so there's experience in leadership. Elijah Strong has a tremendous voice and is an experienced guy. So I think it's going to be collective and by group. But part of being a leader is also being a listener. And I think that a lot of our guys that in one moment will have a voice, in other moments will be the type of guy that listen and then just pile on to what is being said. So I think we have good leadership and good experience with this group. And so I'm really, really excited about this unit.
I have just one more. I know we're short on time.
Yeah.
Obviously, Colin Murray-Boyles checked a lot of boxes, right?
Yeah.
Elite defender, elite back to the basket guy, elite rebounder. So taking those 3 categories or so, who are some of the best guys that now fill that void? Who is your best back to the basket guy? Who is your best rebounder? Who are some of those guys that can help fill that void?
Yeah, some of those guys we're still trying to figure those guys out. As I mentioned, there's a lot of parity and not a lot of separation in some of these guys. And so one guy, like a guy like Jordan Butler, one day he rebounds the ball well, another day he's getting his rear end tossed around from time to time from another guy who has a good day, and then the other day Jordan's getting the best of him. So I think Kreist is going to be a guy just with his size that will have an opportunity to fulfill some of those things. Jordan Butler, as we said, Elijah Strong. He's a very versatile guy, especially on the offensive end. But he's a big-bodied kid that could provide some of that stuff. Because I think what we're really saying, what we really need is to try to replace as much as we can defensively. No one will do what Colin did defensively. No one. He's in the league doing the same thing. But can we simulate a reasonable facsimile, right? Offensively, someone's going to score. People can't do the things he did, but he averaged 16.5. Someone's going to score, right? But it's, can we manufacture some of those defensive things? And those are some of the guys. Norton Capich is another guy we haven't talked about. Really experienced guy. He was at San Diego last year. They won 30-some games. You don't do that by accident. He had 15-8 in the NCAA tournament against a really good Michigan team. So it's going to be by committee. I'll tell you another guy that we haven't really talked about. One of our young guys, a freshman, and Hayden Asimian from the great state of South Carolina. He plays so hard. Okay, I'm just going to leave it at that. He is one of the hardest playing guys that I've ever been around. So hard, I always joke, he can't control his breathing sometimes because he completely exhausts himself with how hard he's playing. And he's a physical guy. He's another guy. In some veins, he is very similar to Colin defensively, but he's got a lot of work to grow to fill those shoes.
Right, because he fouled out the other night, I think, in like, 12 minutes?
He did. Yeah. You know, hey, it's easier to say whoa than it is to say go.
Yeah.
And so we're working on the whoa. We're working on the whoa. He's got to go now. He's got go down to a science.
Coach Muschamp used to say it's a lot easier to say whoa than giddy up. So y'all are in the same kind of zone
right.
with that. That's we can't wait to watch it. Really excited for you, Coach, because y'all seem to perform pretty well and nobody puts expectations on the Gamecocks.
That's what we like. We like it. You know, I always joke around. I got a bag of Lay's potato chip that stays on my shoulder at all times. So, you know, we got some guys that do too. Eli Ellis, he's built that way. We got Michi's like that. So, you know, we're just worried about doing our thing and focusing on improvement. And I like our team. I'll tell you that. I like our team. There won't be anything that surprises me other than if we don't perform. I like our team. And so we can't wait to get going and just try to show the world what we're about.
Well, we can't wait to see you. Can't wait to watch thousands walk in there and watch you play next Tuesday night, 7:00 tip at the Colonial Life Arena, North Carolina A&T. We'll get it going here in the 25-26 season with Coach Lamont Paris. And when I'm up next, I'll swing by the facility and I'll bring you
extra large, baby. All right.
Extra large quarter.
Forward to it.
Gotcha. Thanks, Coach.
All right, fellas. Appreciate it.
Good to see you,
Have
man.
a good week.
You got it. Take care.
There you go, Lamont Paris. I'd like to play for him for what it's worth if I was a taller basketball player.
No, players love him. Again, I felt for him last year because I've seen coaches in that situation when you're looking at your group and you're looking at their group and you're only talking about the best conference run ever. 14 of 16 teams made the tournament. You know, I can't even remember the number that made it to the Sweet 16, 2 in the Final Four, and the eventual national champs in Florida. Record year. And Murray Boyles was fantastic. But if you don't have a backcourt, you are not winning in a league like this.
Right.
So I think he's excited knowing that last year, to be honest, they had some misses in the portal. It didn't all pan out. They didn't have a point guard. Yeah. This year, I don't think that's going to be an issue. And getting Michi Johnson back, and that's why I asked the question specifically about Michi. Michi's good and did a lot of good things 2 years ago, but he can be better. And quite frankly, for this team, he needs to be better. He would tell you the same thing. So I think he's got an excitement knowing that he's not going to be hamstrung by going out there every night and going, oh, our backcourt can't compete with their backcourt. I think that could be a different story this year.
Well, we're going to find out sooner than later. Now, this hour's over. Perry Orth is standing by, so we'll go from the hardwood to the gridiron. Mike, if you could get us there, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Get us there with D's Wings. How about that? I'm getting hungry. But lunchtime, just a few minutes here for a lot of folks out there. And for D's over there in West Columbia, you've always got something good on the menu. You've always got daily specials and things that you can take advantage of. Certainly encourage you to do just that. Rated the best sports bar by readers of the state for several years over the last 30 years. 20 TVs, 25 beers on tap, and again, more than just wings. All kind tacos, steam pots, sandwiches, burgers. They have it all. It's a really good menu and always a terrific staff. They take a lot of pride in that. That's D's Wings in West Columbia, open for lunch and for dinner.
While we're on break, if you want one of these, it's easy. Pull up the Chief Sports app and order it. And you can order your game day nuts right there. Wide selection of stuff to do. We'll be back with Perry Orth in a moment.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Food tastes better without the shells. Get the shell out of here. Visit GameDayNuts.net and change your boiled peanut experience forever.
There's nothing like Saturday in South Carolina. However you enjoy Gamecock football, Gamecock Traditions has a long-standing legacy of being a part of your game day. From tailgates to touchdowns, Gamecock Traditions has what you need and want with our beloved Block C logo. Get into Gamecock Traditions in Lexington or the Village at Sand Hill, or visit GamecockTraditions.com and have it shipped to your doorstep. We look forward to taking care of your family. Go Gamecocks.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365. Or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
You're traveling to a dealership where the savings are beyond imagination. You've just entered the buy right zone.
When you don't have a reliable car, it can turn your world upside down. Even if your credit has reached its outer limits, JT is serious about saving you money. Buy or lease a new JT's Kia for as little as $199 a month. Get 0% for 72 months and save over $7,000. You have entered the buy right zone, where we love to say, you're approved. JT's Kia Fall Savings Event.
Introducing this year's Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket, featuring a chance to win up to $200,000. You can even enter your tickets into the Second Chance promotion. Step on the court for a chance to win $50, $75, or $100,000. This Palmetto series, let's show who really runs this state.
Why?
Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist. With a little peace and some harmony, we'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got him for you. I said get up and let me see you smile. We'll take a walk
All right, 11:07. Welcome back. Final hour brought to you by Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. GamecockTraditions.com. Buy one, get one half off apparel all week long at Gamecock Traditions in Lexington. From basketball and Coach Paris to football and Coach Orth. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Well, we're all doing. Carolina's going to be doing that football thing again on Saturday night down in Oxford. They haven't been there since 2020. They scored 42 that year. Problem is they gave up 59. The last time they won in this series was 2018, and it was in Oxford. It was a shootout. Brian Edwards had a hell of a day alongside Jake Bentley, 48-44 the final. Carolina looking for more of that mojo to get their fourth win of the year. Perry, we've been talking this week about a lot of the things we saw offensively, even though it was a loss against Alabama, and certainly had some heartbreak that I don't know if anybody's gotten over it or not. Some people have, some people haven't. But they did do some things that you have been talking about for quite some time around here, and those things did work. What did your eyeballs see, and what do you expect to see more of this go-around?
Well, I thought that at times they seemed super efficient. There were a couple of drives that they really moved the ball well. I think where we've continued to fall short is by getting points when they're there. I'm not entirely sure why, but they definitely played better. They seemed more in sync. I think Lenoris was settled in a little faster in this game than in previous ones. And man, I tell you, we had all the momentum in the world. You know, he threw that great, another great deep post to Nick Harbor. And it was great to see him just kind of outrun both the corner and the safety, and Lenoris threw a great ball for a touchdown. And you know, we had the chance to step on their neck and we couldn't do it. But offensively, we seem to be a little bit more in sync, which is good. And kind of the verdict that's coming out of the locker room is that simplification, run what you know, and then execute at a high level. And we're going to need to do that this weekend in order to compete, because Ole Miss can score, has scored on anybody, scored 35 on the road at Georgia. And if we don't pack our offense, we're going to need a minimum of 28 points to win this game. And we're going to need more of the same from Saturday.
Just out of curiosity, as a coach, what did you think about the decision to let Bama score?
Oh yeah, I mean, hindsight's 20/20. I get what they were doing. You know, bleed the clock down, kick the game-winning field goal with 30 seconds, and it's like, hey, do you have more faith that your offense can go down the field and score a touchdown? Or not more faith? Do you have any faith that they can do it? And they showed that by the decision, they had faith that at least they'd have a shot at. They had more faith in the offense than Alabama executing the field goal. So I don't know. You could sit here and say, well, tackle them, right? And then we bleed it down, and they basically make an extra point to win the game. So listen, people that are getting upset about that, they're focusing on the wrong things, right? You can't take individual plays in games and summarize that this was why you won or this was why you lost, right? They could say, oh, Lenoris' fumble lost us the game, or the interception for a touchdown early is what lost us the game. And I disagree with that. I think that there were a handful of series of events that let that happen. It's kind of like, you know, if you want to take the one play into example, you could go to a third down where we didn't protect well, where Lenoris had to rush a throw, and then we had to punt. Well, if they would have made the block, he makes the throw, and we go down and score, or we take 5 minutes off the clock. And so there's a lot more that goes into it than just those plays. Obviously, they're highlighted and they're really bad, and you can't have those happen and beat good teams. And I thought our defense was phenomenal for 98% of the game. You know, you got to tip your cap. Alabama's one of the best teams in the country. They have the best quarterback in America. And when push came to shove, they needed 8 points with a few minutes left, and they went out and got 8 points. And I thought their play calling at the end was just a thing of just masterful beauty. The calls of, you know, doing a return motion with the receiver into the running back and then sending him back out versus man-to-man coverage and creating that natural pick that happened. I think that just brilliant. And then the 2-point conversion of the smoke and mirrors of so much eyes shifting the running back and the quarterback, snapping it to the running back. He gives it to the quarterback and then throws it. It was beautiful from an offensive standpoint. Obviously, I was rotting in the stands, but the way that they approached that, and even the last play, the touchdown where they did that little flip back to, I can't remember that guy's name. Excuse me, that guy's name, but he's followed DeBoer kind of around around his different stops. But
Jeremy Bernard.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. He's a hell of a player. But I think from an offensive standpoint, we can build on what we did. We just we're not consistent in it. And we'll have really good drive or 2 really good drives, and the rest of them are just, they never really seem to get started. And so we got to find a way to string drives together. You got 2 options. You either just create explosive plays all over the field, or you've got to learn how to string drives. And just, right now we're not doing both very well. And that's, it's unfortunate, but you got 4 games left to right the ship. I would make an argument that the 2 next games that we play are the two hardest games on our schedule. I think Ole Miss is playing as good as anybody in America. I mean, they're a few plays away from still being undefeated and being the number 3 team in the country. And then, here comes A&M, who just took LSU to the woodshed in the second half and beat them like a little brother, which doesn't bode well because we had a similar setup night game. And when you look at the eye test and you're not watching film, you look at 2 teams, same venue, same opponent. One struggled to get the ball in the end zone, and the other one beat him like a redheaded stepchild. It doesn't, from a fan's perspective, it's hard to look positively at that game, but crazier things have happened. I thought that this game Saturday, when we had 8 minutes left and we were up, I thought that this was the Tennessee 2022 turning point, and unfortunately, we just couldn't capitalize on it.
Shane Beamer's 11-2 in November. That's a pretty good omen. We'll see if that holds coming up this weekend.
We get better as the season goes along. Every year, you can take that to the bank, and I expect us to play well. I'm not saying that we're going to go out and lose these games by 100. We might lose the game, but they're going to play well. That's just a thing. That's what's going to happen.
It feels like, and by the way, 11-2 in the last 3 years, 13-4 overall. Either way, it's a good record in November. But Mike, I think I said it yesterday. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like what we saw on Saturday offensively, space, some different stuff with motion. You saw you saw more of what Sean Elliott brings to the table as an offensive line coach. There's just a lot of stuff there from a football standpoint that certainly looked different than the way that it's looked. But it seems like that's like week 2. You know what I mean? Like that was week 8, but you hope to see those things in like week 2 or like week 3 as you're kind of growing into yourself in the football season. But it came a week before Halloween, and you've got the record that you've got. And I'm not saying had they made those changes in week 3 that they'd be better, but I quite frankly kind of am also saying that. I do think that they might have been a little bit better to this point, at least with another win or 2. So the hope that what I'm getting at here, though, Perry, is the hope is with 4 games left, with some of the alterations that were made on that side of the ball last week, like in your mind, how do they continue to improve those things and continue to make those things better, as you pointed out, especially in the next couple of games against teams that you're going to have to score points against? Shane Beamer said it the other day. He's right. We have got to finish. Yeah, we got to finish games, but we got to finish drive. It'll be easier to finish games if we finish drives around here. They got to finish some drives.
Yeah, I think where we'll get better is continuity. I think that understanding the pieces of the puzzle that we have to play with, because we had a lot of injuries that caused issues. I'm looking at the drive-by-drive summary over here on my other monitor. And, you have one play interception, which was really unfortunate. Check down that got thrown up to the DB. 3-play drive, and then we punt, and then then let's see here. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, missed the touch or the opening drive field goal, which was great. I think it was dink and dunk, check down, coverage is there, find your check down. I thought it was a great drive. The offensive line protected better. You can see they're significantly better since Coach Elliott took over. I think that goes without saying, both in the run and the pass game. But what you're looking at here is when you have a 3 and out, then you have 6 plays and a missed field goal, a 14-play drive, which ended in a field goal, got to finish there. We had the one explosive play, right? You either sustain or you have explosive plays. And we have a 6-play drive and punt. You get a first down and it just kind of stalls out, and then another field goal. And just like you said, finding ways to finish drives. But I do think, though, it's really hard to sustain long drives over and over and over again. You got to create more explosive plays, and you got to sometimes, if you can't have guys figuratively, which we do, just run by them, you've got to manufacture explosive plays. But if you look at I'd love to run a stat just on football that if you have a play on a drive that is deemed explosive, which is either 15 yards or 20 yards or more, what is the potential of you finishing that drive with points? And I would believe that it's over 50 yards, right? If you look at the opening drive where we got a field goal, he hit Faison on that little kind of like a little flat route, like a scat route out of the backfield that he caught. No one was around him. He kind of got lost in the offensive line and ended up running for 30 yards down the field, which ultimately helped get us down the field to where we needed to get to. So we need more explosive plays. We need more shots down the field to really put, my statement to you last week was, instead of being reactive and being on our heels and saying, oh, the defense is going to do this, we need to do this. Let's force the defense into doing what we want them to do, right? Let's line up in formations and motions and get them into coverages that we're expecting to have success against. I saw that at times, and we may have been in it, in that mindset the entire game, but we didn't finish some of the drives that we did have some momentum on.
Yeah, what I'm referencing to, or what we're all referencing here, to be specific, they had 3 drives in that Alabama game, Perry. I know you've got the drive chart, so you'll know which ones I'm talking about. The first one, which you referenced, ended in the field goal, 15 plays for 74 yards. One in the second quarter that went 14 plays for 42 yards. That ended in a field goal. And then they had the 11-play drive for 46 yards in the third quarter. That ended in a field goal. So you're talking about 40 plays, 162 yards. Good drives. Good lengthy drives where you've got the football for 7.5 minutes in one, over 7 minutes in another, and 5 minutes in that third one. What's that? That's almost 20 minutes worth of game time. 9 points. You finish one of those drives, Carolina wins the game. You're not even worried about what happens. All the things that have been questioned all week long are not questioned. That's been the issue a lot of the season for this football team.
Yeah, and I think that it's really challenging to it's hard to win. That was the sentiment in the stands. I'm glad you brought that up. Was, man, we've had the ball for so long and we feel like we're in such control of the game, and somehow we were just always behind. Yeah. We threw the deep touchdown. We had every ounce of momentum in that building. We were still losing the game 14-12. And to your point, you got to finish. I think the reality is too, I think our kicker is a liability right now, not having the trust that he can make a 48-yard field goal or a 50+ yarder to where you won't even attempt it because you're kind of wasting time, and that's got to be addressed. But it's hard. It's hard to win games in this conference when you play top 10 teams over and over again. But we've got good players and we can do it. Obviously, we were knocking on the door, and my heart hurt so much. I was talking to my wife about this about that fumble that Lenoris had, and just my heart just hurts for him. not only even in that play, but just the season overall. 3-5 and 1-5 in the SEC with two of the hardest teams left on the schedule. Because this was not what he had intended or envisioned, and what any of us did, unfortunately. And I'm not saying we can't finish strong, but if somebody was holding me at gunpoint and I was a betting man, I wouldn't be throwing tons of cash down that we're going to go out and delete some folks. But we've got the ability to do it. And like you said, though, our teams under Coach Beamer have gotten better. They get better every week. Defense is going to give us a chance to win the game. I can tell you that, in both games, by the way.
Yeah. Every week they show up. By the way, the injury report or availability report came out last night, and seems like it's every week where it's like, huh? Where did that come from? Buddy Mack is doubtful. Casey Henry, we know, is out for the rest of the season, but Jaden Sellers is on it, and he's doubtful for the game. Jaden Sellers popped in last week and had his best game, Lenoris's brother, and now it looks like he's not even going to be able to play. I guess we'll learn more about it today or tomorrow. Specific, I want to get your quarterback mind here. That fourth down conversion where Lenoris threw it to Jaden was, they moved the pocket. You got 74 Thompson blocking back inside. The ball obviously snapped out of the shotgun to Lenoris. They slide him outside of the pocket. He resets his feet. He throws a dart for a first down. That's you've talked a lot about that this year. You and Flint and Strickland, all you guys have talked a lot about, hey man, move the pocket and allow him an opportunity to see one and throw one and rip it in there. And that was a huge play in that game, and he was able to do it. So, you wonder if those are the little things that, you're not going to do that on every drive or every snap. I get it. But there are places where that is needed and necessary for this offense to operate, and you hope to see more of it.
Yeah, his brother is a hell of a player. He's a hell of a little player. I mean, he's a competitive, feisty SOB. I love watching him play. And you can tell there is trust, there is connection there. And Lenoris looks comfortable every time he attempts to throw the ball towards his brother, and it's fun to watch. And I know, golly, his parents probably just tickled pink over that. I couldn't even imagine being a parent watching my two kids throw to each other out in a venue like that. Well, I'd be crying half the game. But yeah, you got to do some different things from a pocket perspective, and we really did. I mean, you don't hear me complaining about play calling. I thought it was a well called game. I think there were some times maybe on some third downs that looked, from our vantage point, but we don't know what the play's called. We don't know what they're trying to accomplish. We're just looking at the end result. And I know it doesn't have cool, like moving the back and the quarterback and hand it here and then throwing it here. Like, obviously, we'd all love to see more of that. But at the end of the day, it comes down to execution. And for whatever reason, we collectively as a unit haven't hit on all cylinders. And listen, I've been a part in 2016, started that season. We were terrible on offense. And I remember, because the year before with Coach Mangus and Coach Elliott, like, pretty decent offense. Now we weren't lighting the scoreboard up, but we weren't at the bottom of the conference. Whereas then you flip the page the next year with a lot of the same players. We're on the bottom, and it was just one thing after another. It was like perfect play called. Receiver runs the right route. It's open for a touchdown. Running back misses the block, and then I get hit. And it doesn't, for whatever reason, come together. And I'm not sure if it's the messaging or what it is. So there's a lot they got to get figured out. But I think the bright spot is Coach Elliott, from my vantage point, has come in, and offensive line play has gotten better. And I think that we haven't lit up the scoreboard from a yardage perspective or a scoreboard perspective. It's much better than it was against Oklahoma, and much better than it was against LSU. So we've shown flashes. We showed flashes the other night, and they're going to continue to get better. Coach Elliott's as good of an offensive line coach as there is in America, and he's gonna right the ship. And I still believe, in my heart of hearts, I still believe that one of these two are going to fall to us. I don't know why. Maybe I need to put the beer down and get the garnet goggles off. But I think we're going to win the last two. But I think one of these next two are going to fall. And for some reason, I think it's going to be against A&M. But that's just me.
Well, you you've played in that venue. I mean, if you can go 66 yards on the ground, anybody can. So I mean, there should be a whole host of guys. They should be lining up to give me the ball. I saw Orth run 66 yards. You think I can't do that?
Dude, think Lenoris would have been able to run that touchdown and do 10 push-ups, run back to the sideline, have a beer, and then I would have gotten tackled. So no, they. I like the matchup because they're not as explosive. They're good on offense. They're just not as explosive as Ole Miss is, in my opinion. Even though A&M's defense is nasty, they are bitter.
Yeah, Marcel Reed is having a great year too. He's, I think, come into form. I want to ask you a Mike Morgan question. This would normally be a question I feel like that comes from Mike, so I'm going to ask it for him. Although we're generally on the same wavelength. As a quarterback and a play caller and a football guy like you are, describe Lane Kiffin's offense and why it seemingly works every single season.
That is a great question.
He's got good players.
It's more than just that, Perry. Perry. It's more than just that. I mean, everywhere
let me get there, Mike.
Goes.
Let me get there,
Okay,
Mike.
all right.
I'm coming with some stats or some logic. Maybe not stats. He's got great players. But he's built much like the head ball coach in the sense of he exudes confidence.
Yeah.
You look at him and you're like, this SOB is going to dial this thing up. And all I got to do, as Coach Spurrier would say, my guy, take your steps and throw it.
Yeah.
And he is going to scheme them up, and he is going to put the foot on the gas and make you defend his offense. And that's what makes him special. It's more than just great players. Yes, he sees things happen before they do. He is a great in-game play caller. He is a great offensive mind in the preparation of the game. But his confidence is evident in the way that they play in their program. And he has matured as a person. He has matured as a play caller. And it's a plug-and-play system. And you look at – I'll never forget this. When he took over at Ole Miss, it wasn't the first year. It may have been his second year. That was when they had Matt Corral at quarterback.
I was just going to mention him. Thank you.
Before Jackson Dart, before these kids they got now.
Right.
It was his return to Tennessee. They were playing at night.
Yep.
And he told the the sideline broadcaster, he said, I can't remember what Matt's number was, maybe 12 or 16. And he said, as long as I got 16, we got a shot. And tossed the mic, handed the mic back and walked to the sideline. And I was like, dude, that is if you were the quarterback and your coach in that environment, knowing that they wanted to kill him, throwing golf balls at him from the stands and the whole nine. That's what it's more. It's honestly, man, it's more internal confidence and belief that they're going to kick your ass than it is scheme, plays, and even players.
You stole my guy because Jackson Dart, who I thought said so, was the best quarterback in the league last year. That's a talent, first round pick. Doing well in New York. Okay, so that's a talent thing, right? He's got great players. And he also had a great receiving core last year, good offensive line. Yeah. Let's back up. Because I called Matt Corral games both before Lane and after Lane. And they were not the same player. Matt Corral was an average dude. When he transferred to Ole Miss, he had a cup of coffee with the Carolina Panthers. He's out of pro football. Like, he wasn't the most gifted guy. But Lane Kiffin made him like an all-SEC type performer. Fast forward to today, Trinidad Chambliss. He's not an NFL guy. Somebody might spend a pick on him. He's about 5'11 and a half. He's a Division II transfer, and he's lighting the friggin' world on fire. And they lost their top 3 receivers from a year ago. So, I mean, when I look at it, and then watch the game tape, as I know you do, Perry, he's got receivers running 5 yards open. That's not all just talent. That's a lot of scheme. Like he is just a step ahead of the rest right now. It's unreal what he's been able to do at multiple spots. And I wouldn't have said that 10 years ago. He was a little bit of a you know what. I mean, when he talked trash about Alshon Jeffrey, he'll be pumping gas if he goes to Carolina and he goes to Tennessee. I wasn't a big fan of Lane Kiffin in 2008 or 2012. He had a lot of growing up to do, but right now there is nobody better at dialing up plays in college football than Lane Kiffin.
No, and he got rescued by getting under the wing of Nick Saban in Alabama, then promoted to OC, and boy, they were lighting that thing on fire when he was at Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And then he leaves and goes to, I believe, FAU as a head coach, and they're lighting it on fire.
And they're lighting it up there at FAU, the mean streets of Boca.
Yeah, and he just he's got it going on. He's just one of those guys that sees the field well, and then now listening to like him mature as a human being, like he's bringing that professionalism to Ole Miss. I mean, they got a shot to win it all. I mean, I think Ohio State and Indiana, the bar is here, and then I think it's A&M and Ole Miss are right here, and then maybe throw Alabama in there as well. And then there's literally everybody else other than those teams.
So this is a question, Anna. I want to agree with you on something semi. I also feel like, and this is not, pie in the sky, sunshine pumper talk. I don't do a whole lot of that. I do think this is a winnable game. I actually think this is more winnable than Texas A&M. I might disagree with you a little bit there, but Ole Miss does not have a great defense this year. People are scoring; they're piling up points. So I think that the key matchup here, while we've been obsessed with this offense or lack thereof at times all year long, does Carolina's defense come out there and say, "Okay, you've been scoring on everybody, but we're a different kind of unit," and can they go ahead and nobody stops this offense, but contain it, hold them in the low 20s? Is that possible to set up a potential upset in Oxford?
It definitely is, and it's done through the way that we create turnovers. We force teams to turn the football over. That is a Clayton White specialty, and he has been that way since the day he stepped here on campus. And that's going to be the way that we stay in the game, is through forcing turnovers. And when you play teams that like to put their foot on the gas, sometimes you can force them into some overzealous opportunities. And so keeping consistent on the defensive side of the football and forcing turnovers is going to give us a chance. And I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you that this is a more winnable game than A&M. I get a little hesitant when I go and bet against offensive guys like that just can light it up. You just never know when you're going to end up being in the firing line of the lighting up part.
That is true. But he, as good as Lane is, they lost at Kentucky last year. Offense didn't put it together. And they lost at Florida last year. The offense was not great on that one, although Jackson Dart threw a friggin' deep ball that was like, holy smokes, hit the guy right in stride. You're like, yeah, that's first round talent. But those were two games that I was like, okay, they're human. And I thought really top to bottom they had more talent. Like Trey Harris was a beast, and they had some really good offensive players a year ago. He's doing it now with, I think, a lesser group, but man, they're so hard to match up with. And count how many times, and I hope I'm wrong, but count how many times an Ole Miss receiver is running 3 to 5 yards open. As you know, that's a lot easier throw for a quarterback to make than a guy who's like shadowed by the DB the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly.
Perry, I know we got to let you go, buddy. Thank you for everything. As always, have a wonderful week. MoultrieINS.com for your commercial insurance needs. And hopefully next week we have a lot of positive stuff to talk about.
Sounds good. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, buddy. There you go. Sorry, Mike, didn't mean to cut you off there. He had 11:35.
Yeah, I can see him looking at the clock.
I will say this look, Chambliss has only thrown one pick in 210 attempts this year. He's not putting it in harm's way, but hold on. There's a but. As Saban says, generally when there's a but, it ain't going to be good, whatever follows it. His last two games against two very good defenses, Georgia and Oklahoma, just 43 of 80.
Yeah.
He's not completing everything he throws. He has been efficient. He has made plays, and he's made plays with his legs. But if you're the Gamecocks, that's what they search for. They search for those opportunities. So maybe they get a couple. We'll see.
Yeah. And like, he doesn't have the best arm in the world, and he's not a big kid. I mean, again, it's like the same when I was walking down on the field and I'm looking at Diego Pavia and I'm looking at Wenoris Sellers. I'm like, are these two kids of the same classification of football? One looks like he came out of a lab, and the other guy looks like, he probably won a few bowling trophies back in like the Nashville PBA league. But
good league.
Trinidad came out of nowhere, and he's a basketball player. So he is athletic. Not big, and he doesn't have a rifle for an arm, but he doesn't make many mistakes. And with that offense, the way so much of play calling, anybody will tell you, is rhythm. And when he gets into a rhythm, you're toast.
Yeah, it's over.
It's the same thing with Spurrier. I mean, whether it was Florida, Duke, of course, Carolina, when Spurrier got into a rhythm and kept the defense back on the heels, I don't care who it was. Like, Carolina was just going to march down the field, put together some great drives, and it's almost like you were defenseless to stop it. You do not want to let Lane get into a rhythm in this game. So let's see this. Let's see this defense come out, get some stops, set the tone, not play from behind. How about this? Not play from behind.
Yeah, and you're not going to sack them either as they get the ball out of their hands so quickly. Unless I do have a solution to all this. I know we got to get to a break, Phil, and I'm sorry, but I do have a solution to all this.
All right.
Come out of the locker room dressed as Washington State Cougars on Saturday, and you'll have a chance, because that's the only game this year they were just asleep at the wheel the whole game.
Right. That was a classic college football kids thinking they could roll out there and put up 60 on Wazoo, and they barely won the game. This probably not going to be a factor, and I think they'll be motivated for Carolina.
Hey, man, hat tip to Washington State. They went to Oxford, and then I know this isn't a daunting place to go, but this year Virginia is pretty good. So back-to-back weeks, they go to Ole Miss, they go to Charlottesville, and they come home with 2 losses by a combined 5 points. Not bad for the Cougs.
Good for them, man. They're trying. Yeah, they're giving it their all in the Pac-2.
Well, and they got this weekend, whoever wins this game will win the Pac-12. Because they play Oregon State. There's only 2 teams in the league. So
it's the de facto Pac-2 championship game.
And then they'll play they play them again on the 29th. What the hell? Well, who do you decide who wins if they split the season series?
I think they had to do that just to get enough games.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, well,
it's so
they're going to play in the title game.
It's what's happened out there it's so jacked up. Remember, Nebraska, Southern Cal, that's a Big Ten game.
Oh, that's right.
Big Ten.
Good point.
Try that on for. I'm still getting used to Maryland being in the Big Ten.
Maryland sucks.
It still feels like ACC to me.
Let's Mike, get us to
Let's get to that break. I'll tell you what doesn't suck, and that is the Larry Leitner and Blake Leitner. They actually rule. They rule the roofing world. They rule the roof. And they raise the roof. They do both. Larry Leitner and Blake Leitner for 30 years, protecting your roof, building a new roof, waterproofing your roof. They do it all. Home, office, anything. 803-356-1919, 803-356-1919. Your roofing leader. You can also check out the website, midstateroofing.com. Tell the Leitners and whoever else answers the phone, you heard about it here on the award-winning ITG.
We will step aside. We've got Fab Five. Fab Five coming up here on the other side on the morning show.
Fans, listen up. The official Chief Sports apparel store is now available until November 19th on the Chief Sports app. Quality gear, including Nike apparel, shipping within 2 days of ordering. Men, women, and children can choose from a variety of Chief Sports products this holiday season. Order now in the Chief Sports app. Available until November the 19th.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
You're traveling to a dealership where the savings are beyond imagination. You've just entered the buy right zone.
When you don't have a reliable car, it can turn your world upside down. Even if your credit has reached its outer limits, JT is serious about saving you money. Buy or lease a new JT's Kia for as little as $199 a month. Get 0% for 72 months and save over $7,000. You have entered the buy right zone, where we love to say, you're approved. JT's Kia. Kia Fall Savings Event.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. Visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Home fitness has evolved. With Matrix, now there's no limit to the ways you can chase your goals. It's time to make your next workout whatever you want it to be. You can use all of your subscriptions or none at all. Take on exclusive hit programs or move through immersive HD destination footage while you sweat.
Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com.
Breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for game day.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cards while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, ready?
You bet.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well-sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Bring on the storm that's raging. If you get lost in the shadow,
All right, it's 11:50. We're powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. Oh, it is just spectacular outside. electricbikescharleston.com. A great way to get around wherever you're going this fall and this holiday season, which is quickly approaching. Electric Bikes of Charleston. They got people that come from literally everywhere to shop over there. Shopping with Gamecocks. How about that? Hello to Michelle and all of her team. I know they're fired up for the holiday season. So get over and see them. And also, by the way, we're all going to indulge in way too much food and sweets and all that type of stuff over the next 60 days. So if you're that guy or that gal, hey, on January 1, I'm putting all the bad stuff down, and I'm going Lamont Paris. I'm going from an XL to a large. Then they also, of course, have Charleston Fitness equipment under the same roof, and you can go get the things you need to get in shape, because we all know you buy the gym membership and you stop going about halfway through January. Happens every year. So if it's in your home, maybe you'll do it. There's Mad Dog, and there's Mike, and there's, I don't know where JC is, but he'll be here soon.
I owe Mad Dog an apology. So during the
is this a public apology?
It's a public apology. So I've been juggling some things while we've been on the air, including with Perry. Plumbing, the hot water heater is apparently down, which is a nightmare. Like, of all the things that can go wrong, what's your day like without a hot shower? It's just not pleasant, right? And you certainly don't want to go 1 week without one, which apparently this particular plumber says that's how long it'll take to get a part in. Not the news I wanted to hear. And in the midst of all of that, I didn't get Phil the Fab Five on time, so I had to do a quick one. So I gave it to him late. Phil, being the tireless worker that he is, had to put this together with last second notice. So thank you, Mad Dog, for being able to do that.
My pleasure. Not a problem. Not a problem.
Appreciate you not sending me the pics ahead of time, too, so I could do some research. Very kind of all of you.
I don't know if, maybe that's what you need.
There's no that might be a good thing. Don't overthink it, Jamie. But I literally just picked these five. So.
That's what you need. That's when I perform my best. By the way, I am listening to you, but my good friend Dan McDonald, the head coach at Louisville. If y'all follow the Louisville baseball Twitter account, they've got him dressed up as a cowboy in Takova's boots. The guy really looks like he should be out west. He needs to give up coaching. Mac, don't you, Mike? We need to text Mac and be like, look, man, where's your horse and saddle? This guy he ain't a baseball coach. I've never seen him like this. This is unbelievable. Anyways, what we're talking about.
He's vying for a spot at like Houston or Texas in the MLB.
Yeah, rodeo guy.
Yeah, come on.
Since you brought it up, we started with a little baseball. We can finish with a little baseball. Good luck to Tennessee replacing Tony Vitello.
Oh no! Don't say that around. They got Josh Elander. They're never going to lose
that's
again.
Done, isn't it?
They're never going to lose again.
He's
Mike.
the savior. Yeah.
When I say replace, I don't mean they haven't made a hire. I mean you're not replacing Tony Vitello.
But they got Josh Elander. He is the next Bobby.
Look, Josh is.
You name it. It's all we've heard for I don't know, 7 years.
No.
Right, and the OC at Clemson. Boy, who wouldn't want Garrett Riley right now? Sound familiar? Yeah. No. I mean, look, Josh Elander. He might do a great job there.
Coach. He's a good coach.
Yeah. No, I know you're not throwing shade on him, but I understand the sarcasm. But whoever, nobody is going to do what Tony Vitello did at Tennessee. They're just not. He took a 15-year dumpster fire and turned it into a perennial juggernaut right before our eyes in Knoxville, which is not the best job in the SEC. So kudos to Vitello. I can't wait to see how that works, because it's really unprecedented. I mean,
you know who?
Go ahead.
His first game that he'll manage. Really? They're starting out with interleague play is against the New York Yankees.
How about that?
So, okay. All right. Where's Raphael when we need him? Prop bet. Vitello gets thrown out in the first weekend, but in the first series, 3 games against New York. Does Vitello get tossed in the first series of his career?
But you got to set a precedent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if
Well,
that's
now
what you're going to go in there with, then you need to do it early.
He's going to learn. Look, Tony's smart enough to know this. He's the son of a legendary high school coach in St. Louis. He's not going to manage the way he did in college.
You
can't do that. You will not survive, and they will run you out of town. For years and years, people like Tony Vitello have been told, yeah, that's great, and like a little pat on the head. That's college baseball. This is the pros, dog. This is 162. You're not telling me how to change my batting stance. You're not telling me to lay down a bunt in the seventh inning. Like that's not what they do at that level. So I think it's, again, what do I always say? I'm here for the entertainment on a lot of these things. Dion at Colorado, John Gruden getting a football job, Tony Vitello at San Francisco. I'm here for it. I can't wait to see how it works.
All right, I want to throw something else at the two of you here while we're waiting. Have y'all read and we got to get him back on too. Have y'all read Peter Burns' tweet from yesterday about coaching contracts?
I don't believe so.
I have not seen that. Let's see.
Something to chew on here.
Okay.
Because we're in the midst of, crazy stuff, right? He says, and obviously PB is a very outspoken LSU guy.
Correct.
He says, would love LSU to completely overhaul the current unhealthy system of college football head coaching salaries. 4-year deal with incentives. $10 million signing bonus on day one. $1 million salary per year. $500K per win. $5 million for a college football playoff spot. $2 million per playoff win, or if you get a bye. $3 million per title. $10 million buyout. So 6-6, you make $4 million. 9-3, without a playoff, $5.5 million. 10-2, playoffs first round, 11. Second round of the playoffs at 10-2, $13 million. 10-2 in the semis, $15 million. National runner-up with a 10-2 record, $17 million. Win a national championship with that same 10-2 record, you make $20 million that year. Interesting.
Okay. Now let's get out of La La Land. And I love you, Peter, but that's never going to happen.
Well, I think he knows that, but it's just makes more sense in the current system of,
well, it's, yeah,
hey, you failed. Here's $50 million to leave.
Right. Like, I get
please
it.
Fire me. Please fire me. Please fire me.
Yeah. It's like, there's certain things you can do. Like if you're a stand-up comedian, you go in front of a room, let's say you're in Cleveland, and you want to get a quick round of applause without doing any work or saying anything funny. How about you, Cleveland? What a great town this is. You want to do that with college football fans? I'm against buyouts. We love you. We hate buyouts too. As long as there's Jimmy Sexton and Trace Armstrong, remember those two names. They represent almost every college football coach of consequence out there. They control the market. Jamie, you do some real estate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as I understand it, real estate, what is it, like 6% typically on a commission? 5 or 6, it's negotiable, I know.
You love it when it's 6.
Okay, all right, let's say 5. Let's say 5. I'm trying to make you money, Jamie. Come on.
That's 5%. I don't think we're going to buy that one.
Okay, so all right, let's say it's 5, round number. If I'm looking to buy a home in Charleston, if I buy it through Jamie Bradford's listing, you get all 5%, right? But if you're my guy helping me and my wife find a house, and we like a house and it's listed by some other agent, you only get half the commission, right?
Right.
So what's going on is the two guys, they want their guy to be wanted. Jimmy Sexton wants his client to be wanted by another Jimmy Sexton client.
Right.
Right. So, because then he's getting full commission. If Lane Kiffin takes the LSU job, and then now he's going to have one of his other clients be the head candidate for Ole Miss, he can't lose. These two guys cannot lose. They're not running college football, but they're damn near close to it. Like they're They are absolutely dominating the marketplace, and you can't sign a coach without a healthy buyout. If you want to get a big name coach or an established coach or a competent coach, and you're going to say, oh, yeah, well, we don't do buyouts here. Sorry. Our fans, we took a vote, and they decided buyouts are stupid, and we don't like wasting money. You're not getting that coach because there's 100 other schools that will pay the buyout. So it's really nice in theory to say buyouts are dumb and they're not fair and we don't like them, and that's okay. But the market dictates that it's all baked into these contracts. You cannot get a premier coach without a buyout clause. And the better the coach and the hotter his name is, the bigger the buyout.
I bet you could sell a hot up-and-comer on a performance-based contract.
Oh, sure. You can get a guy who's, got nothing next to his resume.
But it only takes a couple of those to change the way things are done. That's my point.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, it could be. I mean,
I don't like buyouts.
I mean, nobody does.
I think it's awful. But you notice they haven't gone down since we didn't like them 10 years ago. They've only gone up.
No.
Yeah, the other issue, too, is in the world that we're in now, like with rev share, like you have to know where your money is appropriated. Like you can't go, we think we're going to be able to pay the players $15 million this year, but if we keep winning, we're going to have to pay this coach an extra $15 million. So what are we going to do? Like it just sucks. But I don't know. I mean, Jimmy's my agent, and we're coming up on a renegotiating period, and I'm going to take JC and anybody that wants to get in my way to the cleaners. So, my buyout's going to start with the letter M. You suck. Your ratings are in the tank. Pay me $20 million and I'll leave, bud.
Hey, I'll take this contract. I'll even knock a power of 10 off of every one of these numbers. I'd take this contract.
No doubt.
Yeah.
All right, we ready to fab? Go ahead, JC.
Now, I was going to mention, now this guy is a bigger Washington State fan than John Candy's character in the movie Volunteers. Tom Tittle from Tacoma or whatever. Michael Baumgartner, Republican congressman from Washington, he's introduced a bill to cap coaches' salaries at around $300,000. But he also, he's pissed because of
I bet you he wouldn't do that for CEOs.
He wants all kinds of things. He wants power conferences to be merged and all this. He's not getting anywhere. But to me, I think something's got to give, because if you're going to pay players and pay coaches and things like that, the good news is for schools that don't have unlimited money is that these schools that just want to change coaches every 3.5 years, they're going to eventually screw themselves, because nobody's got, except maybe Texas and Texas A&M, an unlimited – it's never unlimited with the dollar amounts we're talking about. And the vast majority of schools are pretty smart with it. I mean, so, they want to keep changing coaches every 3 years because they go 8-4. That's great for everybody else, because the formula to win now is not anywhere close to what it used to be, where fans haven't caught up. Boosters have not caught up. Everybody's still fire the coach. So we'll see how it plays out. But I think this is yet another example of people being stuck on one model and not really understanding how to win. You do need good coaches. There's no question about it. But they don't always come with big names and stuff. But I was on a show earlier today. We all thought that the governor of Louisiana, because of his Cajun accent, we thought that was AI.
I did too.
Seriously, I thought somebody had just dubbed that over, and I was like, "No, Landry, that's for real." So
straight out.
Wow. I was like, surely this is fake.
Well, him and Governor McMaster would have, if they had like a show together or something, that would be probably a must listen just to hear them talk.
One is the old school Louisiana accent, and one is the I call it the Huguenot South Carolinian accent, the one that just kind of goes like this. They're fading out. My grandmother on my mom's side talked like that, but they're
which is very unfortunate, because I got a lot of family.
I love it. I mean, maybe I'll just decide when I turn 60, I'll start talking that way. Hey boys,
hey boy,
and
how you doing?
I've at least got my girls saying y'all. I'm like, hey,
yeah. I mean, you should hear y'all. You're y'all in Illinois sometimes, but it's y'all. Hey y'all.
Could you imagine if the two of them ran for president and then they'd be up there in some debate and it would sound like Justin Wilson versus Foghorn Leghorn?
Which would
be
beautiful. Speaking of accents, how about Coach O? Hell, I'll take the job. All I need to do is pack my truck. I'll be there in no time.
Well,
They'll rehire me.
Jacksonville, just give me in a Suburban and I'll go sign 5 All-Americans.
Did you see that yesterday?
Oh,
what about the LSU job? Hell yeah, I'll take it.
I'll take it right now. Give it to me right now. I'll do it for $1.
In all seriousness, could you imagine a world where South Carolina had an opening and Jeremy Donati is, putting together his list and he's hiring a search firm like all the ADs do. And was it Henry McMaster, the governor?
Yeah.
Henry McMaster says, I don't think so, son. I don't like the way you've handled your business. I'll be making this hire.
Oh,
could you imagine what that would look like?
Maybe if
that's probably more realistic than it should be, seeing as how the governor holds a seat on the board of trustees.
Now, school president searches are a different matter around here.
Yeah,
as we saw.
Yeah, right.
But I think old Henry's done with it meddling in University of South Carolina affairs for now.
But got one more year, and he's
the state legislature now. I think in many ways, that's the one positive for Clemson being a thing in our state is that it's balanced in that state legislature, and they try to screw each other all the time, and it ends up not hurting them. But if the state was just full of Gamecocks, because in South Carolina, the governor doesn't have as much power as that state legislature. And I think things would be really interesting. You look at kind of the things that have happened with just the board of trustees with the same sort of like-minded individuals. So I think that would be kind of scary. So maybe sometimes there are small blessings that they founded Clemson in the late 1890s.
So I mean, I'm obviously it's a little bit tongue in cheek. I don't think it would ever happen, but JC, you've been all over this through all these coaching searches and all the meddling that goes on. And I'm not implying anybody's getting fired anytime soon, but when it does happen, and then everybody's looking at Jeremiah Donati, who are you going to hire? What are you going to do? What is the meddlesome index from the board? What does it look like at Carolina?
I don't know right now.
I just pray he doesn't have to go through what Coach Tanner had to go through.
Nah, he'll have a search firm do it, I think.
I mean, they all hire a search firm, right?
Now I'll say I've seen meddling. I've only seen meddling work out once, and that's at Missouri, because the previous AD, the clown that tried to clown Dawn Staley in the women's basketball crowd and say they were racist.
Oh gosh, yeah.
North Carolina grad, stupid elitist, hates South Carolina probably. He get fired, but so he had Skip Holtz, Willie Fritz, and Jeff Monken from Army as his 3 finalists. And they said, how about no? And Missouri's Board of Curators does meddle. Like that AD, the lady that left that went to Arizona and took over a program in $200 million worth of debt. She left because they came in and said, we're taking your NIL money and taking control over it. So Missouri does have kind of a radical board that does meddle, but they got Eli Drinkwitz out of it. And I'm not, as much as I like some of those other guys, I'm not sure any of the 3 would have done as well as he has there. So sometimes that's the only time I've ever seen it work out. Anybody else, it's got a meddlesome board, the Auburns of the world, people like that.
Oh, they're very meddlesome.
Man, it just
very meddlesome.
And sometimes, guys, it's in the states that don't have, even in the states that do have, like North Carolina and Georgia are set up differently. They have like a university system that oversees the individual campuses. In other words, NC State, North Carolina, Georgia, and Georgia Tech, they're under the same governing body. So there's some autonomy there to kind of let the athletics just go. And sometimes that works most of the time. Florida's same way. But I say that, and then you look at the Bill Belichick situation at UNC and how that went down, and you're like, oh, nope, wrong about that, JC. So sometimes it just, the meddlesome board thing can blow up in your face quickly.
I know we're going to Fab Five. I just want to squeeze in just some really, really quick news here. South Carolina Clemson baseball will begin on Friday, February 27th at Founders Park. They'll play Saturday across the street at Segra Park, and they will play Sunday in the Upstate. Okay. Just want to make sure we got that out so everybody can reserve that weekend and no deaths, weddings, all that crap, Figure out another time for all that. All right. Fab Five?
Yeah, let's do it. I've got to find a flow sensor for a tankless water heater. If anybody has one handy, I'll pay top dollar.
I'll pay top dollar.
Top dollar. Somebody has an extra flow sensor for a tankless water heater. I know somebody offered me to buy a water, and I appreciate that. That's good use of the chat row. But I the one I have is tankless. I've had it for 10 years, and I'm told I need a flow sensor, and the plumber doesn't have that part. So
he needs to go to Lowe's.
You would think they would have that at Lowe's, right?
They
don't have a flow sensor at Lowe's?
They should.
He says he's got to order the part. I don't know. Is there a plumber in the house?
Let's play the Fab Five Pick'em contest, presented by Gamecock Traditions and GameDayNuts.net. Order your gear and tailgate snacks today.
Well, that sounds great. And you know what? It'll be nice having a little extra cash to bet on college football. Yeah, I'd like to bet $100.
You want to pick a team?
No, just take it.
Play your Fab Five now in the Chief Sports app and win.
Okay, who's going to win this week? Here we go. Oh, man, Mike.
Wow.
The heat.
I forgot to send my extra 5 games. I'll need to do that this week.
You're not going to rig this thing, so you'll just be disqualified.
After this week, I'm just going to go I'm going to start going winning percentage.
Yeah.
All right. We what was that, Philip? Did I go 3-2 last week?
No, you went 4-1.
4-1. Okay, I think I won 5 straight winning weeks.
And I was 1-4. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Jamie.
Well, I know. I mean, but they were all good. Mississippi State screw Missouri. I'm so tired of them. LSU. I mean, what the hell's wrong with these teams?
Auburn nearly got me again.
No.
Well,
terrible.
We don't shy away from the big games. These are the biggest in the SEC, including, of course, South Carolina, Ole Miss. So it's an all-SEC slate. All right, we'll start off. Vandy had game day with them last week, picked up the dub. Huge win for the fighting Jerry Kill Diego Pavias. Texas is, if you were to tell people at the beginning of the year, Texas would be a 2.5-point home favorite against Vanderbilt, they would laugh hysterically, but that's the reality. JC, we will start with you, sir.
I'm gonna just say something that could have been a death metal band back in the 80s. Killzone Roadshow.
Killzone Roadshow. Love it.
Yes,
love it. Phil.
Yeah, I'm buying tickets to that, the Killzone Roadshow. So yeah, let me get Vandy here.
2 for 2 for Diego Pavia and his mom and everybody else. Jamie?
Boy, Texas, they should have lost one of those two on the road, but they didn't. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm doing this. I'm just going to take Texas to win by a field goal.
I am going to go with you. I'm going to take Texas at home. I think this is where Vandy finally stubs its toe. But they do not play a good game on the road, and the Longhorns stay alive. I mean, Texas is still alive for just about everything right now. I'll take Texas. All right, the largest outdoor cocktail party, Georgia, 7.5-point favorite against Florida in Jacksonville. Next year, this game will be home and home while they redo the stadium. Let's start with Mad Dog at this one.
I'm going with Georgia here. I don't think letting Napier go is going to have any effect on this at all, and I'm going with Georgia to roll.
Avocado.
Well, as I pointed out in the drive around the SEC on Tuesday, the last 4 games in which have been won by Georgia. Have been won by Georgia by over 3 touchdowns on average, 21.5 points. So I'll take Georgia.
By the way, good work on the JT's Kia drive around the SEC. Thank you for filling in on that. I will also take Georgia. I don't think the rallying cry for an interim coach is really going to do much. Georgia has dominated this series of late, and I think they're another one. Like, they're not flashy this year at all. Mike Bobo's offense rarely is, but they're just winning games. I'll take Georgia. JC?
Yeah, I'll say this. Bo has had a better year calling plays and running offense than he did last year because Stockton's been really good. But they have to outscore people like Tennessee and Ole Miss. They have. I'm going with Florida to cover. I don't think Florida will win the game. I think maybe getting Napier off the headset may help Lagway relax and play. And their defense is pretty good. It's still going to be a big crowd at Jacksonville. Mike, I may be wrong about this. I think they play it at Mercedes-Benz and at Tampa the next 2 years instead of home and home.
You're up. No, you're right.
I may not be right. Maybe they changed it. Yeah,
you might be right. I mean, either way, it's a virtual.
Yeah, it's going out of Jacksonville again. Yeah. Last time they did that was that infamous Steve Spurrier game where they went to Athens and he wanted to set the record for points.
And did.
So, did at the end. So
I've not broken it.
I think the Gators played them well last year. Georgia has had some big games recently. It kind of feels like Florida will hang in there. Maybe by a touchdown, 4 points, something like that.
All right. Oklahoma is at Tennessee. Tennessee, a 2.5-point favorite. We can call this an elimination game, right? The loser likely out of the playoff. The winner still has a chance. We'll start with Avocado.
I don't think Oklahoma can score enough, so I'll take Tennessee, 2.5.
I will as well. JC.
Gosh, it's tough to take Oklahoma after what we saw Ole Miss do to them last week, and I was a little, looking into it. Lane Kiffin owns Brent Venables. I don't know that Josh Heupel does. I'm going with Oklahoma to rebound and win, shut them down on the road. And Tennessee has absolutely no defense at all. So John Mateer could have a good game. I think the Sooners bounce back and beat them and cover the 2.5 and definitely, but also win in Rocky Top. I just don't think. I think Tennessee's a function of their schedule, just like they were last year, and they're not as good of a team.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for Mateer to look like before the hand surgery. He clearly has not been the same. Maybe this is the game where he finds that magic again. Phil.
Yeah, I agree. JC kind of took the point I was going to make with the function of the schedule. They have lost against all the good teams they've played, and they've won against all the bad teams. I think Oklahoma's a good team, so give me the Sooners.
Okay. Is that you, Jamie? Were we boring you?
I'm boring myself.
Okay.
I can't believe
all
my
right,
record.
we'll go faster on this.
No, it's not that. I'm just. I mean, I've never lost this competition. I've won like 9 years in a row.
Well, you won by a half a game a couple years ago, but we have to look up and you pulled a JC. You sat out a week. We had to give you an extra 5 games. We're not putting an asterisk by it. Maybe. In the Fire My Coach Bowl, Kentucky's at Auburn. Auburn's an 11.5-point favorite. I'll start this thing off, and I'll take Kentucky in the points. JC.
Why is Auburn on the list every week? Are you trying to?
I just ran out of SEC games. Quite honestly, yeah.
I'm going with Auburn again.
Auburn.
Kentucky's coming at the right time for Auburn. I mean, playing Arkansas and Kentucky back to back after losing that many close games to good teams. I think it's a good elixir. Auburn's got some quarterback issues, but while I still think Cutter Bully is going to be a good quarterback for Kentucky, and he's going to go in there and compete on the road. I mean, I still think he's a year away, and that offense, sometimes can't score. Could be closer than that, but I'm going to go with Auburn to win by about 13 points.
All right. Mad Dog.
Yeah, I'm going Kentucky. Just, too many points.
Guacamole.
Kentucky's been awful on the road. They shot their shot against Texas. They lost, and then Tennessee came to town and hung 56 on them. They're done. Season's over. Auburn covers.
Okay. All right. We talked about Ole Miss's offense. We talked about keys to this game. Over under total points for the Rebs, 23.5. JC.
Over.
All right. Mad Dog.
Over.
Where's the faith in this defense? Jamie, save it.
Well, it's not the defense. It's the offense. Remember, the offense allowed 7 points last week, Mike. So
can I remind you that they held Alabama to 22?
Yeah, I know that.
22 points is what they gave up to Alabama.
It's over. It's over. Carolina needs to score 30 points to win this week.
Well, it's a big ask. All right, I'll go over as well. Finally, tiebreaker: Nick Harbor receiving yards. Mad Dog.
94.
Jamie Bradford.
1. Hey, you don't have a good week as a wide receiver in this program and have another one the next week. So.
Back-to-back good weeks.
1.
Unfortunately, that statement's true.
Oh, he had one big catch.
You caught one pass last week.
Caught one
Yeah,
pass.
but it was a big one, though. It's still a big
one.
It was in the end
And
zone.
he made a great adjustment to the ball, by the way. I don't know if last year's Nick Harbor does that. This year's Nick Harbor better, running routes better, hands better.
Second straight year, he made a great adjustment to the ball in the end zone against Alabama. He did catch one in Tuscaloosa last year. That's
right.
Ended up.
Well, that was ridiculous. I think he'll have a. I think he's going to be a big factor in this one. I'll go 65. JC.
50.
Mad Dog.
94.
All right, and that's how it's done. Thank you, gents.
Yeah, man. Find your flow sensor.
All the
Good
best
luck,
to you
everybody.
and
Good
your
luck
hot
on
water.
your flux capacitor.
Yeah, flux.
right.
Yes, I'm going to get a flow sensor and go to the year 2055 or something. Me and the
Krager
doc.
comes in the chat box and says, Mike doesn't have hot water. Meanwhile, a dude got boiled yesterday in the shower.
Who was that?
Some guy in a
yeah.
Fairfield Inn in California, older man, went and got a shower and it just boiled him. And his skin came off. And I mean,
Was he incapable
I'm a
of
Bond
getting
Boy
out?
Rewards member.
Well, to say I'm moving my reservations
I'm
for
going to
Clemson
Hilton
weekend.
Honors. Yeah,
That guy's about to get paid.
he's
He's about to
dead.
get paid a lot of money.
I think. I think
No.
he's dead, Mike.
Are you serious? They killed him?
I killed him.
Hot water is how he died?
Dude, that's the worst way to go, being boiled. They
But
do
he
that in
wasn't
North
locked
Korea
in the-
now.
He wasn't a lobster in a pot. I mean, he could have jumped out, could he
I
not?
don't know why. Maybe I don't know what happened.
Maybe he
I
did it
really don't. I
intentionally.
want more details. It was in the New York Post yesterday. Broke while we were on the air. I got this email. Man boiled.
I think this needs to be an hour 3 today of the show. So I want full details and then any advice on where to get a flow sensor. That's going to be.
I told my wife you were looking for one, and she laughed. And then she was like, "I just want to give him. I just want to pet him."
Mad.
She sent me she's very helpful. Here, she Googled it and said, "Here's what he needs to do," and I'm like, "Don't."
Oh,
don't
Doc's got some advice. Doc says the flow sensor can be jumped out, and it will work as long as you are sure the water supply is there. Okay.
I was
Doc?
thinking there's got to be a workaround for this thing.
I'm going to text Doc to the plumber and be like, hey, plumber, quit trying to rip me off. Doc Graybeard says you don't even need the part.
Just bypass that thing.
He's probably
Yeah.
right.
He's
Is
probably
there an honest plumber out there?
Got some coaching news here. Matt Rule has signed an extension.
Yeah.
It also includes a $15 million buyout for this year.
Yeah, I mentioned at the top. I mean, that Penn State was going to be hot on his heels, and Nebraska said, hold my beer. And I actually think, even though Matt Rule played at Penn State, he might stay. He might stay. JC, have you been to Lincoln?
I've never been to Nebraska, dude, because every time I had a reason to go to Omaha, I had to pay to sit and whittle and everybody out there for 3 straight years, 2 straight weeks. Back in those times that did a lot to the old Big Spur budget, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't afford to get out there because they were out there, but it's a closer drive now. And so that's Iowa, University of Iowa, and Nebraska places I'd like to go. They have great fans.
Great fans.
You know,
Well, that's 409 consecutive sellouts. The last time they didn't sell out a game, I believe, was 2016, which is amazing because they have not played good football. They haven't beaten a top 25 team in forever. I think that was Oregon. But it's a great fan. I'm looking forward. I've never been. Great fan base. Southern Cal's #1 in the country in offense, just kind of under the radar. Who knew? Lincoln Riley, still trying to be worth all that money.
Maybe he ends up. Maybe they buy him out and send him to Baton Rouge.
So the guy that got boiled, right? So he was in a bathtub.
Oh, back to this.
In a bath.
Oh, bathtub.
It was 136-degree water, and they found him unconscious and partially submerged. So he did die. The news was about a lawsuit that came out. Fairfield Inn at the San Jose airport. So don't ever stay there.
I don't understand how that's their fault.
It doesn't have to be anybody's fault anymore.
Like, wait a second.
Turn it up. I mean,
coffee incident.
They didn't put him in the bathtub, did they?
Oh, that was my question.
Well,
like,
was it?
Did they drop him in like a lobster?
Did the hot water just come out and he thought it was cold? I mean, I don't. The logistics do confuse me. It's just odd.
None of this makes any sense to me.
Not exactly a.
Well, what do y'all do when it's too hot? Do you just sit there?
I scream like a little girl.
Right. I'd scald myself.
Usually yell 2 or 3 obscenities and then I get out. Use my quick twitch instincts. I don't think this guy was quick twitch. He was more of a thick ankle lineman type reflex.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense, dude.
You didn't put this man on the perimeter back in the 50s when you played high school ball.
No, this is a between the tackles kind of guy. Right?
That would make him like 100.
All right, Mike. Safe travels.
Guys.
Safe travels to Corn Country. We'll see you next week. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see you next week.
Well,
I'll see y'all in the morning for the preview show.
We'll be here.
Go get them.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns
dogs are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing off here on a thirsty Thursday. Of course, we got Alex Jones in a little later for Gamecock Smorgasbord. We have a hot new VHS dates for you as well, and that'll be fun to take a look at. But Phil, Mad Dog Mullinax over here, JC Sherbert over there, and to talk some Gamecocks here for the next hour and a half to get you through, hopefully close enough to the end of your workday to where you just kind of think about what you're going to do afterwards and kind of loaf through that last couple of hours of what it is you do behind your desk or in your car or wherever it is, whatever it is that you're doing. Tell where my mind is.
Veg out, man.
See, I'm just like, I'm ready. I need to get out of the house.
I do that, dude. I mean, when you work from the house, you kind of notice you need to get out of the house.
Yeah. I've literally went to, I get to, my life anymore is going to the store, going to doctor's appointments, and taking kids to do after school activities.
And now that your oldest is driving, you don't have to do carpool anymore. Like I went when Caden, the oldest, got out of school and Cole started driving, like there's days I don't go anywhere.
Right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that usually means I order up some delicious DoorDash for lunch and have to get off here and take a nap. But some days I take my wife to work, and today, we just do that so I can have a nice little conversation driving in on the highway full of crazy people. They need to call that the insane highway. So, but we do that. Did want to mention this. I mentioned a little bit yesterday, but I released the article on the Big Spur. I mentioned on Coffee today. So there's a school of thought out there that Carolina doesn't, they're mad at Beamer for not overpaying for individuals in the portal. And so I asked Neil McCready, our Ole Miss insider, who has a great podcast, McCready and Siskey, very blunt, honest look at college football, especially in the South. Tyler Siskey was on staff with Nick Saban and also Hugh Freeze for a while and knows has a lot of stories. I highly recommend that. It's not an Ole Miss podcast. It's more of a general college football thing. So Q&A with Neil said, what's the take on Ole Miss side of things with how Juice Wells performed last season? He's like, Wells, frankly, was overpaid and underperformed a year ago. He was one of Ole Miss's very rare deviations from the transfer portal script. The Rebels put valuations on players and stick to them. When the bidding gets higher than they believe it should, they rightly or wrongly abort their pursuit of said player. With Wells, though, they stayed in too long and it became emotional for some reason. He had some moments at Ole Miss, but all in all, that money likely could have bolstered the Rebels' offensive line or helped at running back, two areas that proved fatal in the pursuit of a national title last year. So there you go. Beamer's not doing anything different than Lane Kiffin in the portal.
No.
So bottom line, the issues with this year's team, because it's easy to magnify. I see people going off on culture, and we don't care. Where's all that culture now? Nobody said culture meant winning. I think I've been pretty clear about what culture does for you. It's when you how you respond to adversity, not that adversity is not going to happen.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And last time I checked, this team hadn't given up. Right.
No, I mean,
it would have been easy to give up after Oklahoma. Type of game that takes your soul away, Phil. So, those are culture does not guarantee successful outcomes in games. And there's some teams with bad cultures that win, frankly.
Yeah.
I mean, the culture at LSU, obviously under Brian Kelly, not even by comparison to South Carolina's culture, but who won the game? Who won the game?
Right.
So that's the deal there with the whole culture argument. And I see people blaming Darren Usher in the portal and should have done better in the portal. Somebody said needed offensive linemen in the portal. Offensive line issues had nothing to do with can these guys play. I mean, nothing. When you got three guys going one way and two going another, you got a record amount of false starts on the center of all things. I mean, it's just when you are trying to run that type of offense they were trying to run, when you're trying to block 9 in the box with 9. I mean, I'm just like, there's a list of reasons why this offense is stunk, and they really don't have anything to do with players,
No.
But players, when they're not comfortable and not in the right system, they do look like crap. I mean, that's just how it is. But anyway, so I just wanted to point that out, that Shane Beamer's transfer portal philosophy is the same as Lane Kiffin's. And Lane Kiffin rightfully gets a lot of credit by doing well in the transfer portal. The two programs are a little different as far as their annual roster needs. There's a little less in-state talent in Mississippi than there is in South Carolina. So you got to account for that. South Carolina does well kind of going up and down the East Coast and getting high school guys. They held on to their high school guys a little more. So, whereas Carolina's kind of the 77 that were on scholarship in July, I feel like kind of 52 recruited out of high school, 25 from the portal. Ole Miss is probably higher than that portal wise. But, if you're coaching in the state of Mississippi, there is a plan that Jackie Sherrill followed at Mississippi State where they went heavy JUCO. A lot of transfers, and because that state the population's low, population equates to number of players. Then you have guys that don't qualify there that go to junior college. So I think at any of the Mississippi schools, it's probably smart to be portal heavy from Lane Kiffin.
Mm-hmm.
But Michael says culture really doesn't do much until you win. Actually, Michael, I don't agree with that. I think that culture.
I think it's almost the opposite.
For fans, yeah, you don't care about that. And I'm with you there. Who cares? That's one of those things that I got on a soapbox last week about, how coaches have a fiduciary duty to communicate with their fans and all that. Culture's an inside the building thing. And if you don't have it, yes, you can win, but you don't handle adversity very well. Like Miami, I tell you, it has a good culture that's winning is Alabama. They didn't last year. This year, it's more what Kalen DeBoer has brought. I mean, that's a tough team. I think Clemson, up until this year, had a good culture. I don't know what's going on up there because Clemson had that, I mean, so Doc said no culture
on that. Yeah, for success, really.
Doc, you're not right. I don't think you're understanding what culture is. I mean, what they mean by culture. No culture is holding teams together. Who says they're not together? They're not winning. That's why you're upset. There's a terrible plan on offense. That has nothing to do with the culture of the program, in my opinion.
Well, I think
I'm pretty much right about that.
The comma. I think he's agreeing with you, actually. No, culture is holding teams together when it's bleak. Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, daggum.
That's all right.
Daggum, Doc.
I agree. Yeah.
Well, it's punctuation.
That's right.
I need to not read so fast.
I'm like, hold on, what happened there? I'm like, wait.
Now, you did say this: winning is process, and honestly, Beamer's process needs adjustments. He does run the program well in many areas. The bottom line is wins and losses. Yes, I want him to succeed, absolutely. But the process, yeah, you're right about that. And I went back and started thinking about it. You know, we talk about slow starts around here. This is obviously the slowest one, or one of them. Because I was looking, and I talked today about how Beamer is 13-4 as a head coach in the month of November when they quote unquote figure it out. And really last year, Phil, they were 3-3 ball club until they went to Oklahoma the last week of, or second to last week of October and won. Because they got one win, but it was 5 wins in November last year. Here's the thing. It's what was I going to say? Yeah, the process somehow is. Let me back up. I think the process, as far as the team getting ready to start the year, is fine. The problem has been offensively all 3 times. Yeah, all 5, all the years. Now, in some years, there's different reasons for it. Like in 2023, 9 sacks, couldn't block. Spencer Rattler was comfortable with what they were doing. So were the other offensive players. They just couldn't block, couldn't run the ball. North Carolina destroyed them up front. It was sad. In 24, I really, in some ways, early on, kind of questioned what they were asking Sellers to do offensively, and I really did after the Ole Miss game. And Dowell Loggins himself kept saying over and over, we got to get him coached up, get him better. If you really think about last year, though, he got better against Kentucky, and they got really better against LSU. And then he got hurt, so that set him back his first year. I still question the fact that I'm like, well, you got to set him up for success right away. And the Old Dominion game, that obviously was not the case. Obviously with the Satterfield, we all know what happened there. So they're not getting off to good starts on offense, and there's process things with the offense that are taking too long to figure out and to come together. Now, as part of that, maybe offensive line coaching, because you can't block, could be. But I still, the offensive line's blocking better. But if they would have had everybody in the box on Saturday against Alabama and all that, I don't care how well they blocked, they wouldn't have moved the ball like they did. So I think the key there, and one of the things that could solve the slow starts, is going to be a new direction on offense. Get in there, rep it. Don't give a whole lot, don't install, and make it collegiate, and then call it like a college system.
Yeah.
That's the most important part of it. It's not the plays in the playbook. The plays in the playbook are fine. Everybody that's been here has had good plays in the playbook.
Yeah.
And my least favorite OC of all time probably had the best plays in the playbook, design-wise. There were just too many of them.
It was hard to see them for the other ones that were in there that weren't. Well, they were talking about, how has Lane Kiffin not essentially been figured out, right? Like, how does he continue to have consistent success running his offense that is essentially his offense that he's been running for, a while? And of course, obviously it's tweaked and tailored to the people he has, but I think one of the things that you have to say about what separates him from some of these other guys who get figured out is the fact that he can stay ahead of that by the way he masterfully calls the plays, right? It's like they don't have to be different, but the way he calls the game, when he's in his bag, it's tough to beat. Period.
I think he's dialing up more this year, Phil, but last year Charlie Weiss Jr. called every play for Ole Miss.
Was he calling it? Yeah,
as far as calling. Now, Lane can override it and change it up, and we all know that. And there is a correlation between when he was a head coach and Kendall Briles was his OC, or Jeff Lebby was his OC, versus Weiss Jr., which has happened at 2 stops. Now, this year they look much more like they used to. So I don't know if that's changed or not. Yeah, Charlie White Sr. got on and started griping about, the Ole Miss coach called a great game. And they're like, who, Lane? And they're like, my son.
My son.
On Twitter. But, we want to know, you want to know how Lane stayed ahead. Lane's evolved.
Yeah, I mean, he changes and makes it work.
I mean, the stuff Norm Chow used to run at Southern Cal probably does not work as well anymore, right? And so he evolved when he went to Alabama. He had some kind of new stuff that he had put in, and he used Jalen Hurts really well. And then when they went to Florida Atlantic, and he had Levy and he had Browse and then Levy, man, he went off. I mean, because he added he bought his offense now borrows a lot from Browse. It's like a cross between kind of what Sark and Spurrier ran with all the intricate route trees and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And this is just my, layman's opinion on it. And then there's a lot of stuff run game wise and things like that he got from the Browse, Levy and Kendall. And it's good. So, Doc says he adjusts to his talent and runs what works until you stop it. Yeah, I think that's college football coordinating. Run it until you can stop it, and then fake off that and run something else.
That's right.
Zig when they zag. It's really good. So, Bruin Nation mentions the new Sydney Sweeney pictures on social. He says you're welcome. Michael says you do whatever you have to do to get our wide receivers and tight ends involved. Now, the tight ends were more involved last week. A lot running backs caught a lot of passes. Running backs, tight ends combined 11 catches for 109 yards. One nice catch for Jordan Dingle, and Brady Hunt's coming along pretty nice.
Yeah.
But Doc says again, like Saban, it's also a staff. It's also staff Lane chooses well because he's always been an offensive guy. Yeah. And Lane's got a good staff. Pete Golding, pretty good defensive coordinator. They're not very good on defense this year. Another part of that Q&A I had with Neil was their secondary. He said they do not play well in space, and in some games it's been pretty obvious. Their front's pretty good. So I don't know how Carolina will attack. Get Sellers out of the pocket and get him on the run.
Yeah.
Get some receivers downfield open.
Yeah.
I think good things could happen. Maybe they won't. Who knows? I don't want to say I've lost faith in this team, but I'll say this. I don't have faith and confidence in anything that has to do with the offense. I have hope, but faith and confidence, probably not. Tri-State says, I just don't really think we did anything that different this past Saturday than we have all year, and that's frustrating because it's been the same style of mistakes. It was a lot different. Especially after the first drive of the game. That's the big difference, Tri-State, is that they didn't just go run their best plays and stop. Beamer said it. Everybody said it. Shula didn't really say it, but I don't really care. That's, I'm not saying he's lying. I'm just saying, but they did a lot different. The formations, they took guys out of the box. They spread the field. They ran different tempos. And some of those plays that you saw work last year were there and started working again. Against Oklahoma, disaster.
Yeah.
LSU, those, even Kentucky, tight formations, and just that's not college football. And then you'd have a good opening drive, and then you'd have to depend on a turnover or whatever to even score again. So, but yeah, they did a lot different. Now, mistakes, we'll talk about that. I know there was the pre-snap on the center, whatever. But as far as mistakes go, like the blocking mistakes, the assignment problems, that's far better. Elliott's cleaned that up. The run on opening drive, third down that led to the field goal. He said, some of those calls early, I was a little frustrated early. And then they started getting, they stuck with what they had done. And I think that worked out for them. But, here's the bottom line take on the offense against Alabama. Better, but not good enough.
Right.
Obviously, because I think that, a massive improvement over Oklahoma, regardless of how good Oklahoma's and the issues on the offensive line. It still was just a better plan, right? Against Oklahoma, they had a plan at the beginning, and then they just got away from it completely, which was baffling to me.
And one of the tougher things I think to see, like as you're enjoying the fact that the offense looks like it's becoming more capable, is that you took a jump. You made that week 1 to week 2 jump, but you didn't do it until you got from game 7 to game 8. And you can't help but think, the missed opportunities that you had early in the season, for whatever reason, and it's finally coming around. Now, the question then becomes, is it enough to get you through the next 4 games? Like, can you be competitive on offense enough with what you've built up over the past couple weeks to just, sustain that into the last 4 to make the push to, win 3 out of 4 and get a postseason berth,
Get Maryland in the Mayo Bowl, man. That would be
wouldn't that? I might actually buy tickets to go see that.
There's some emotion there, right? We can always hope, but no, they're going to have to. They're going to put points on the board. The good news is too, though. I know LSU's defense. You want to, the bad culture example. Go look at how LSU played defense in the second half against Texas A&M. That wasn't because Texas A&M is really good and has a good offense, especially when they're clicking. But those guys just were like,
that team gave up.
Offense could do nothing. Yeah. And that happens sometimes too. But, LSU's defense, even Vandy's defense, Missouri's defense, Oklahoma's defense, better than Alabama's. And then Alabama's is better than Ole Miss's. Now, I think against the Alabama defense, had they continued to do what they had done all year, you're looking at 10 points, because really that's been what they've done all year against everybody. But they were able to scratch together 22. They're actually able to score in the second half, which has been an issue. So offensively, even though it's on the road, this is another opportunity. It's another opportunity. It's not easy. Ole Miss has some really good pass rushers, a really good front, but so did Alabama. So they're going to have to block, but if they can get the plays off, if they can get past the front 7, Phil, and get the ball down the field, with the secondary at Ole Miss kind of like it is, and you look at Taylor Green had Bobby Petrino dialing him up for him. That's a lot. So there's a big difference. What Taylor Green did to him, but just about all these dual threat quarterbacks have done some damage to that defense. So, we'll see. Michael says Mo Brown should be blocking in all pass plays. Mo wasn't on the injury report, was he? Because Jaden Pup Sellers was on as doubtful.
Yeah,
After Pup goes and does the press conference and all that,
I know,
and there's all this conversation about him. He's doubtful for the game.
Yeah, not just questionable, doubtful. I'm like, man, what?
Yeah,
on.
Robert says, "Got to have faith. Anything is possible." It is. It is.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, man. Ole Miss has played a lot of close football games this year. A lot of close ones. Blew out Georgia State, blew out Tulane. Other than that, it's been 1-score games. So we'll see. If Mo Brown's back, yes, bring him back. Let him play. And the plan was for him to play a lot. I think he went out on the first play last week. He's a tough guy. Michael mentions Lane Kiffin leading Ole Miss is bogus. Stop talking about it, Twitter. It's not going to happen. It ain't just Twitter. It's ESPN and everybody. Somebody, one of these, it was either Thamel or it was Thamel. It's hard to see him staying at Ole Miss. I'm like, you're living 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's not, look, man, why? Because look, Ole Miss goes to the playoff this year. He's going to be coached the next 5 years there. And get money. And he's got a system that, makes them hard to beat. And he's got a system for getting players. Sure, there's some things about the Ole Miss job that are drawbacks compared to LSU in Florida, namely crowd size and environment. And that's a big deal. But if you're happy in life, why would you go someplace like where they'll fire a coach after 2 years after winning the whole ball of wax at LSU, and Florida's coaches average about 3 years. And it'd be a different story if Lane Kiffin had never been fired, but Southern Cal fired him with a winning record. He's lived that, right? So I just don't. I don't think he's going either. You know, I mean, I think he's probably going to ask for some things from Ole Miss money wise, as far as NIL, and he'll get a fat contract extension, maybe some facilities. I don't know, but he ain't going anywhere. I mean, if he didn't take Auburn a couple of years ago before he kind of changed it around and stuff, I don't think he's going to take. I don't think he's going to take Florida. Or Florida would be the deal, I would think, before LSU. And I'll because he's got ties to Florida.
Yeah,
you know,
he's a big water guy. Makes sense.
Yeah, pulled was a Spurrier guy. You know,
what if he wins the national championship with Ole Miss?
Those jobs will probably be filled by then. And that's the unfortunate part of it, because that would change the calculus for me if I were him.
Same. I'd be like, all right.
If I wanted all at Ole Miss, I'd be like, all right, time for a new challenge.
That's right.
Because you can only go down from there.
That's right.
So, yeah. So I don't know, but I tend to agree with Michael here about, and I think it's sad and sickening, you know, and from a South Carolina perspective, being like a blue collar program, kind of like Ole Miss. I call them blue collar programs because Jamie Bradford kind of put that in my brain. You know, there's blue blood and blue collar, you know, in the SEC, and the blue collar, you know, the middle class, the vast middle class of the Southeastern Conference. You know, Florida hadn't done anything the recently to, you know, how many coaches ago has it been? I mean, Florida hadn't done anything recently. 10? Yeah, I mean, they had a coach that won back-to-back divisions, then they fired him the next year. They had a coach that won 10 games, 3 years in a row, and went to the championship game in 2020, almost knocked off Alabama and got to the playoff. They fired him the next year. You know, Urban Meyer got the hell out of Dodge after year 6. I mean, Spurrier said, well, 12 years with these people is long enough.
Yeah, right.
You know? I mean, look in the mirror, you know, and you got I'll still be the Florida fan that kept saying that they didn't want Eli Drinkwitz because he couldn't win big games. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, just shut up. He beat Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. Is that not a big game? You know, hush.
Those don't count anymore.
I mean, good God Almighty. But now I think Eli Drinkwitz would take full, because Missouri is different than Ole Miss as far as setup goes. Ole Miss has a lengthy football culture. In fact, go read any kind of Southern Gothic for back in the day, and if it was written around the early 60s, you'll hear things about Archie. Oh, Archie Manning. Archie, do it for Archie Manning. Ole Miss, when Houston Nutt took that job, opening press conference. Houston's from Arkansas and Texas. He's big, you know, west of their guy, but he's like, my daddy used to talk about Ole Miss and blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's a football school, right? Ole Miss football is very important. Missouri football, as it relates to that university and Como and all that, much more like a Colorado, which has had success.
Yeah.
Probably a little less than Colorado. More like I don't know. I don't know what to make of Missouri. I think they're thrilled to death to be in the SEC, and they love the big games, and you know, but it's Florida compared to Missouri is a lot different comparison, in my opinion, than Florida against Ole Miss, even though, yeah. And again, somebody may say, well, Missouri's been better than Florida. Yeah, I know. But job, program, team.
Yeah, right.
You know, I don't know that the Ole Miss job, with how it's currently structured, and it's a different job than before Lane got there, is a better job than Florida. You know, I think Florida can, you know, 9 times out of 10 have a better program if they have the right guy there, but they don't ever get the right guy. You know, I mean, I heard today in Tuscaloosa, Wimp and Barry Sanderson. Wimp's heard through the grapevine Glenn Schumann, the D coordinator at Georgia, will be the Florida's coach. I'm like, you're really going to go down to that? I mean, I know, sometimes athletic directors are stupid. That's why, you just never know when you hire an AD. Like, if you're Scott Strickland, you've hired from the Saban coaching tree, which is, essentially the Kirby coaching tree. Although the Kirby coaching tree, you can point to Dan Lanning and Fran Brown, as guys that have had success. Sam Pittman had some success. He got hired. Schumann's from the University of Georgia, from the state of Georgia in Valdosta, which is right across the border. He's an Alabama graduate. He's been under Saban as a GA, went with Kirby to Georgia when he got there, has been there ever since, was the director of football operations at Alabama for 2 years. He was born in Valdosta. I guess he went to high school in Texas, so my bad on that. I'm looking at his Wikipedia. His dad was a coach. Glenn Schumann's a hell of a coach. Let me just be honest about that. But so you hired Will Muschamp. You replaced him with Jim McElwain, Saban. You went and got Mullen, Meyer, back to the past, and then went and got Napier, Saban. Maybe just go in a different direction.
Maybe just try something new.
I mean, I know Lane Kiffin worked for Nick Saban, but he's Lane freaking Kiffin. Before he worked for Nick Saban, he was the head coach here and the head coach there. Yeah, right. He's more of a Pete Carroll tree guy. Yeah.
Kiffin's a graduate of the Nick Saban, rehab for former head coach. Yeah, but that doesn't make him part of the Saban coaching tree.
I just, if Florida fans are griping about drink, imagine what they're going to say with a guy that's never been a head coach, Glenn Schumann.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, can you imagine?
Lord have mercy. Drinkwitz is from the Gus Malzahn tree. He was his OC at Springdale, or the OC at Springdale High School after Gus left, and then was on that Auburn staff from 2010 to 2011, followed Gus to Arkansas State, stayed at Arkansas State, and then he was with Brian Harsin. How about that? That's where he learned the outside zone. Brian Harsin went to Boise and then came back to NC State with Dave Dorn before he got the App State job, and then at Missouri. 56-27 as a head coach. Yeah, Florida. Yeah, we don't want him. Okay, brother.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just keep shooting.
Michael says drink's the perfect fit for Florida. Yeah, dude. That for him, they need a guy that's going to talk smack and a guy that knows offense and that cares about defense, So I don't even know they need a guy that cares about defense. If I'm Florida, you know who I would hire if I'm Scott Strickland, Phil, and I poop you not.
Who's that?
I'd go raid the Redskins / Commanders.
I
would go get Cliff Kingsbury. Could you imagine him at Florida? You want to talk about it? That would do for them what Josh Heupel has done for Tennessee.
Truly, yeah.
To the nth degree, because I think Kingsbury's better. And maybe people are like, well, what about the NFL? No, I don't care that he's been in the NFL.
No, because when you look at what he's doing in the NFL, it's like, wow, that would work in college.
He ain't coming back he ain't going to be a Chip Kelly. He's coming back with his hair on fire.
Yeah, he's going to spread it out. He's going to run it quick. He's going to move you around. He's going to make it look one way and do one thing. Yeah, it's oh man, let's see. Come on, Jeremiah, go. Let's Beamer. Are we on the phone here?
Hey, bro, Cliff Kingsbury.
I know.
Hey, I think with the way the job market is, where there's not like a bunch of guys, man, I can't believe we've run over. We got a VHS dates on the other side for Alex to evaluate too, by the way, that I have not seen.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're coming.
I'm coming in cold on this.
This one dropped only a few hours ago.
Oh wow,
yeah, man.
But I think in this job market, without a lot of no-brainer coaches, somebody should look at Cliff Kingsbury. Really, I mean, for real. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll be back on the other side with Smorgasbord. We're going to double here, right, Phil?
Yeah, we can double here. Yeah.
Let's double here. Come back. get Alex on, do some VHS dates, and Gamecock Smorgasbord. Coming up after this on the show.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
Watch JC and Morgan every week on the Chief Sports Network. Now back to ITG.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cars while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, ready?
You bet.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the 4 Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network.
And now, the show goes on.
What I'm looking for in a woman is, first, a pulse. My favorite meal of all time is one of those double cut pork chops. Hopefully you're paying. Just kidding, I'll pay. I like to bowl, I like darts, and I like to play pool. Those are my big three. I'm a triple threat. I've had my share of crushes. I don't mind telling you that it's been reciprocated. Boy, that's really making me nervous. Oh, I think absolutely. I agree that the early bird gets the worm, but I've also seen worms in the afternoon. I got real involved in making sure the public library stayed open. I spent a lot of time at that library when I was a kid. Well, the best piece of advice I ever got was from my grandpa, and he said, "Don't fry bacon when you're naked." I've never done it naked, but I've done it with my shirt off, and I've got the scars to prove it. Things I would like to do before I die. I would like to have breakfast in all 50 states. I wouldn't say I want to see a baseball game in every stadium, but maybe half. That'd be fun. My best qualities are very strong hands, if you like a shoulder rub or a back rub or some other sort of rub. What I'm looking for in a woman is, first, a pulse.
You know, most of these are always all over the place. That one was all over the place.
Yeah, this guy was a little bit of everything. It was perfect.
I like his hair. It's good. He's got good teeth. You know,
yeah, looks good. Yeah,
sounds like he's from Wisconsin. He's got a Wisconsin accent.
Does, yeah.
I'm going to call this one "Worms in the Afternoon" because that's what he said. I have seen worms in the afternoon. Wow, what's this guy's name, Phil?
Oh, Randy.
I sort of feel a little bad for Randy. You know, he needs a lot of help. Don't mention if you're going to mention you have strong hands, just leave it at that. You got to.
You don't have to.
You got to leave something to the woman's imagination, right? Because they like that, right? So you can't just say I've got best quality. I got strong hands. And leave it at that, because it automatically women get kind of inquisitive. What do you mean? But the other kind of massage, sometimes strong hands aren't good.
Yeah, how soft are they?
Yes, I mean, come on, bro, don't go there. The naked bacon thing. I can't say I've ever been a victim of it, but I probably know at least 3 people that wouldn't admit it that have. You know, and that is kind of a you know, you got it's painful, you know, if you're butt naked and like bacon grease is popping everywhere. There's some sensitive areas that are exposed.
You don't want anything like that.
That's good life advice, just in case I get the urge.
Right. Yeah.
You know, oh my God.
You know what'd be real good right now? Some bacon.
Yeah. And then you look down and you're like, do I have gonorrhea? No, that's a bacon grease blister, sir. He goes to the doctor. I think I have gonorrhea.
One minute I was frying bacon naked in my home. The next minute I woke up in the hospital.
Minute thought I had gonorrhea. We don't wish gonorrhea on Randy and all that good stuff. Dang, dude. I mean, this guy, the striped shirt, the polo, man.
I can't, like, with the hair, the height of the part. Like, because not only is it parted, but he's got that part just to the moon. What a look.
Yeah. Clearly he has pale skin and has been in a tanning bed or outside too, because he's redder than a cherry.
I love it.
Bruin's like boiled in the shower, burnt by bacon. Yeah, I was reading about that guy that got boiled in the bathtub and an older guy in a Fairfield Inn in California. Don't stay in a Fairfield Inn if you got any trips coming.
Jeez.
Yeah. All right, Alex, what's the verdict on this one, star rating wise?
See, this one was hard, a little more difficult than these last few. Like the last one was an easy, like high 4-star. I'm gonna go low 4-star on this one. I'm almost like straight 4-star, like just right in the middle 4-star. But I'll go low 4.
Maybe top 150, maybe.
Yeah, top 150. Yeah, maybe, top 175, somewhere in there.
I'm with you there because I had some empathy for the guy a little bit. He actually reminds me of a couple people I know. Shows you what kind of company I keep, Phil. I'd probably go high 3 just because, you're rating these on psychotically hopeless. There's somebody for everybody. There's some of these ladies and guys, like the guy with the beard that we saw. You weren't here for that one. He was VHS Dates #1 last week. He's high 4, maybe borderline 5, because he's never getting. He's like this big hairy dude up top. He's like, I've shaved my. I'm like, oh, gross. He's like 138 pounds. And then socially awkward. That guy has no chance. And I think he was like a lawyer or something. Randy here didn't get into what he did professionally. So probably works at Mutt Cuts, drives the van like Dumb and Dumber.
Yes.
By the way,
he's not really killing it because he did make the joke about the
hope you're paying.
Hope you're paying. No, don't worry, I'll pay.
That's a damn fine American that likes pork chops, Randy.
That's right.
You're like, pork chops. Hope you're paying. Have you priced pork compared to beef lately, Alex? It's pork chops are cheap.
Yeah.
Compared to steak.
Yeah, I was about to say compared to steak.
Yeah. So, but anyway, high 3. I had some empathy for this guy, and I did think he needs to develop a little bit. Like he's a high upside guy here. If he just take out the cooking bacon naked, work on the strong hands part. Don't ever say I hope you're paying, because even the craziest chick on VHS Dates, if you say I'm poor to begin with, they're never going to respond to you. No, it doesn't matter if they look like an inverted picture of my anus. They're not responding.
No.
I mean, and I'm not saying women are all about money. They're not. But, if you're this age, that Randy is, and the women that are on VHS Dates, kind of looking for a provider a little bit, or a boy toy if you're independently wealthy. He is neither. So I would cut that out. I just lie about it till they found out I didn't have a job.
That's right.
I maybe even do I lost my wallet the first 2 dates.
I lost my wallet.
God, wallet gone again. I gotta get better at that.
Keep leaving it at the house.
Or he just doesn't eat because he just has enough to pay for her. And he's like, now I'm gonna go home and cook some bacon later. And then he's like, hey, want to join? Want to join me?
I already ate.
Doc's like, it's okay to be a dumbass, but let's not open our mouths and prove it.
That's right.
That's what VHS Dates is all about, brother. There's no direction. It's just like, okay, go tell us about yourself.
Yeah.
All right. They ask these really general questions, and that's a good way to do it if you're looking to put together something like that. Just ask general questions and let them go.
What are you looking for in a woman? Well,
Yeah, I would love to know some of the questions these people get asked with some of these answers they give.
Man, it's just like, it's so funny. Anyway, thanks to VHS Dates for that, sponsored by Gen X on Chief. Follow Chief Sports Net on Instagram. We'd love to have you do that. We'd love to have you there. Alex, Matt told me he was a little under the radar yesterday or under the weather yesterday. And so I don't know what you talked about on late night. I haven't seen it. I do know I put the podcast version up today. So go please subscribe to that, rate it 5 stars. You get that and Rooster Rant, all of their good work. Your thoughts about this weekend? Ole Miss and Carolina have not played a whole lot, only 18 times, and I think 8 of those were before the SEC era. They played just about every year from like 72 to 81 when Carolina was an independent, and then didn't play again until I believe 98. But the Rebels and Gamecocks, during the SEC period when they've played in Oxford, it's usually high scoring, 30 to 28 and 98. You have the 43-40 game in 03 where one of the worst calls ever was made with the safety. Carolina was down 43-14 to Eli Manning and that group. They couldn't stop them, and then all of a sudden made this just crazy comeback. Lost the game 43-40. There was the 08 game where Spurrier, that 08 team, that was probably one of their best wins. Chris Smelly, Jason Barnes went off. Spurrier won down there 31-24 over a good team that Houston Nutt had. So that was that year. Spurrier never went back down to Ole Miss after 08 because they didn't play. And then there was I call it the by any means necessary game. Because Carolina lost about 6 defensive starters that day. Ole Miss had a good offense, terrible defense. Deebo Samuel returns the opening kick. Jake Bentley, Mon Denson, fourth quarter heroics. Carolina wins 48-44. And then the last game of the Muschamp era was against Kiffin. Carolina was up 42-38 late, lost 59-42. So all 5 of these bad boys down there have been high scoring. Do you expect the game to be high scoring on Saturday?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, offensively for South Carolina, we haven't seen them be able to do that, honestly, here this season. And that's, when you look back to last week and what South Carolina's defense was able to do against Alabama's offense, I think there's a lot you can take away from what that side of the ball was able to do and take it into this Ole Miss game, because that was probably the secondary and probably the defense overall's best performance of the season. And, I think they're going to need that again this week going against Chambliss and these guys, because just like Alabama has weapons out there on the perimeter of those receivers, Ole Miss has that too with some of those guys. And, and then, kind of to the other side of the ball, I think, Ole Miss has given up some rushing yards this season, kind of towards the bottom of the conference from a statistical standpoint. But the question is going to be for South Carolina's offense is can they take advantage of that? They haven't had some of those opportunities against some of these teams and haven't been able to take enough advantage of that. So, we'll see there. I think it's going to be one of those games. I got a feeling, halftime is going to be either a tie game or one score type of game, one way or the other. It's just can South Carolina's defense hold off enough, and then obviously can South Carolina's offense do enough in this game? Because Ole Miss's defense is obviously probably not as good as that one last year, just because they were loaded with NFL talent on that roster. So there could be opportunities in this one. It's just going to be, can the offense take advantage of it?
Ole Miss defense has had some good moments. I thought against Oklahoma, I think Ole Miss's defense, they are what they are, but they're not like a push, like Arkansas and Tennessee this year, and Kentucky most games, not all the time though. Arkansas and Tennessee they have problems on defense. I don't know that Ole Miss has problems on defense other than they're just not as good. And I think their secondary. I don't know if you read my Q&A with Neil McCready that's up on the site.
I haven't gotten to it yet.
I hate you. I'm just kidding. I hate you, Alec. I hate you guys. But no. He mentioned the Ole Miss secondary struggles in space a little bit. That can be dangerous if you can find a way to get the ball to some of Carolina's playmakers or Carolina's backs, or Lenore Sellers breaks containment and gets into the secondary. I'm hopeful for more yards after the catch from the receivers and things like that this weekend. But I do think Ole Miss's defense has had their moments. I mean, they played an offense that was struggling. obviously in LSU and held them to 57 rushing yards that day.
Yeah.
Nussmeier kind of got his, but I thought that was their best game, that and the Tulane game where they held them to 10. So they're capable. And they've got, obviously some Perkins and some guys like that can rush the passer. I just think, they're probably, like you said, they're not as good as they were last season with Walter Nolan and that group. But I think there's going to be some opportunities. If Carolina can improve, let's get about the offensive line, taking another step forward. Because, Oklahoma looked like a disaster, had a lot of players out during the end game because of injury. That's not a recipe for success, but they did clean up the penalties. Last week, they got a couple of penalties, right? But it wasn't like that cost them the game.
Yeah.
And they were, for the most part, good. And then they were better because they actually blocked Alabama some. They actually blocked. This group
got
actually
some movement, some push.
Got some push. If they could take another step forward under Sean Elliott, how big do you think that would be Saturday night?
Oh, it'd be huge just because that will help get the run game going, which in return will help the passing game. And I think the Norris Sellers last week against Alabama, he looked more like, especially from a run game standpoint, looked more like the 2024 the Norris running the ball, and just kind of looked like, they were obviously seemed like more kind of design power type of plays for him. You're going to need his legs in this game again too to kind of help spread this Ole Miss defense out. But I'm interested to see kind of what the running back rotation looks like. I think it's kind of becoming evident that the top two are Matt Fuller and Rasul Faison, and Fuller just it seems like continues to make the most of his opportunities when he gets them. And I think that offensive line that you're starting to see, Shane Beamer talked about this on Sunday in the teleconference, starting to see them kind of adapt to Sean Elliott's coaching styles, things that you have to get comfortable with him. And that was a pretty big step they took in that Alabama game, because that's Alabama's got a pretty good front in that one, and they got some push. Like, they still had a few mistakes here and there, like you're going to have, but they got some push, and I thought the pass protection kind of held up for the most part. So they're going to need that again in this game, just because they got the two edge rushers for defensive ends for Ole Miss, Hugh Manley, and I'm forgetting Cam Franklin, the other one. They're kind of the two pass rushers there, so you're going to need to be really good there on the edges. But I think, it's going to be interesting to see what their run game can do, because that's going to be a big key in this one. Because, one, you're going to have to do what you can to keep this Ole Miss offense off the field, and a lot of that's going to be staying ahead of the chains and then being able to convert on those third and shorts, and you can do a lot of that with the run game.
Yeah, I think too. I mean, Alabama is Kane Womack's not afraid to send pressure. Pete Golding, they kind of played last year. They played Carolina like Illinois did. They got pressure with 3 and 4, but they didn't. They're not a heat 'em up kind of team. So against those types of defenses, you need to be able to run the ball. And I'll say this: part of what you saw, they did it against Kentucky. Beamer mentioned they did it against Kentucky last year. It's a Sean Elliott, a signature thing. That way, where they motion the tight end into the middle of the field. That's kind of, what's it called? Inline read or something like that. Against the odd front, that's a money play in the run game. So I think the backs, I don't know, because they got blocking last week. I'm not going to say I was disappointed in how they played, because they got a lot of yards in the pass game too. I just don't, the backs, I find myself, even Fuller, kind of, and Faison, as much as I like those, I find myself wanting more out of them. I don't know that it's not time to give Jordan Howell a chance, but that's just me. Not that those other guys aren't doing well, but there were some holes there, and maybe it's a situation where the offensive line is doing better and it's kind of surprising them, and they're like waiting to get hit. Maybe they run
almost being too patient.
Yeah, almost being too patient with it. So we'll see. But I agree, they're going to have to run the football probably with their running backs, just to be honest with you, on Saturday night to have a chance. And if they can do that, Alex, they can, like you said, keep an Ole Miss offense off the field. To me, as far as the Carolina defense goes, build on that secondary performance they had last week, because there were some great individual plays by Swain in coverage, and also on the strip sack by now, I don't know that Clayton White needs to run a double corner blitz against these guys. Like he did. I mean, that was what that was. We looked at it yesterday on the strip sack. It was a double corner blitz into a condensed formation. Really nicely designed defensive play. But
you got to get there if you're going to do that.
Oh, you got to get home. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they had some guys in coverage, like Justin Okoronkwo got lost a little bit when you look at it. He's kind of patting his helmet, but he was supposed to have that other guy. So, you never know. And if you rush him and all that, you know, maybe he throws it too quick. Anyway. What was I saying? Yeah. So defensively build on that, and they have to tackle well. And here's the problem. Jam Miller for Alabama, good running back, certainly capable. Ole Miss, Kawan Lacey, different level running back, in my opinion. What say you?
Yeah, like, and the way they kind of put you in space too, like it's one-on-one tackling is going to be key. Just because there's like Lacey, he can make you miss tackles and then turn a 5-yard gain into a 15 to 20-yard type of game. And that's how, when you let that Ole Miss offense kind of get some momentum early in the drives, they can be really hard to stop just because they give you so much to defend from from sideline to sideline, north south. Like if you can limit them in yards after catch, things like that, limit them in the run game. That's when you can get into those passing down situations, let Stewart and those guys go. But, if you're letting Ole Miss get, kind of these 10 to 15-yard plays, they're going to hit you on one of those shot plays eventually just because there's so much from all sides of the field you have to cover.
Everybody just thinks Kiffin throws the ball, but, he's closer to Spurrier than people think. And statistically, they're very balanced. And they always have been. They ran it well in Columbia last year with Parrish and those guys. I mean, it's not easy. And to me, Lacey is more similar to Ahmad Hardy than any of the backs Carolina's faced. He's better than the Oklahoma backs. He's better than Jam Miller at Alabama. He's better than whatever LSU was trotting out there. He's better than whatever Vanderbilt had. He's better than Virginia Tech. So he's probably the second best back they've played this year.
He's probably not quite as big as Ahmad Hardy, but 5'11", 200. Yeah. Like he can run through you.
Oh, and what's crazy about it, dude? He transferred into Ole Miss. Guess where he transferred from? Missouri.
Or Missouri.
Missouri. Yeah. He was actually at Missouri. They actually had this dude too.
And they still have Logan Diggs too.
Yeah, we all remember Logan Diggs, the Gamecock killer from 3 years ago now in the bowl.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Kreger says they have a 6'7", 340-pound guy on defense. It's Kreger's kind of guy. Kreger loves size matters to Craig. Right?
Yes.
Beamer mentioned him in the press conference. Who is this guy?
So I was trying to figure that out just now when I saw that because I haven't figured out what his name is, but kind of feels like Ole Miss these past few years under Kiffin has had those types of guys that are just kind of freaks on the interior. I mean, you mentioned Walter Nolan last year. Like that guy for his size could kind of like what we're talking about with TJ Sanders and those guys. Like they can move on the interior of the defensive line, which makes that run game hard to get going up the middle, which South kind of likes to get that run game up the middle going.
Do you think it's realistic that Monkel Goodwin and Nick Barrett can continue to play well?
I think so. Like, Alabama's offensive line may, not be a typical Alabama offensive line, but those guys, they kind of look unblockable in that game. Like, Nick Barrett had his best game probably at South Carolina in his time at South Carolina. I mean, I think those two guys, you're starting to see, maybe it's just more of a becoming more comfortable thing. And I'm interested to see, if you see more of Gabriel Brown-Lodende too, I think maybe probably still deal with a little bit of that upper body injury that he was dealing with. But those two have kind of separated themselves, and they were disruptive all game long. Like, they were getting into the backfield, beating blocks. And then I think also those two edge guys too, Brian Thomas and Dylan Stewart gave Caden Proctor and those tackles some issues. Like, they were constantly getting back there. Like, the defensive line's going to need to be just as good as it was against Alabama in this game this weekend to cause problems for that offense.
His name's Xavier Harris.
Yeah, Xavier Harris. Yeah.
Canton, Mississippi, 6'8", 330. Wow. 34. He's had a breakout year, 34 tackles, 7 tackles for loss, 3 sacks, 3 hurries. He's got an interception and a pass deflection at that size. So, Kreger, your type of guy, is a heck of a football player. Good stats on him this year. So, maybe running it inside, maybe you can find a way. I don't know. That's a big challenge for Trevon Ball or whoever else. And he's also so Ole Miss is a 3. It's an odd front. It's the Nick Saban defense. What Pete Golding runs. He's not the nose tackle. He's like a D tackle end type guy.
Yeah, it moves a little bit. Yeah.
Yes, he moves a little bit. So I don't know, man. It's that's scary. That's scary, man. So anyway, and then Centurion Perkins is quite a player.
Yeah, they got 3 good linebackers with Daugherty, Yates, and him.
Yeah, their front seven's pretty stacked. Their secondary is probably been a little bit of a question mark, but we'll see kind of what happens there. So, did you like the 2-point conversion or not? I guess I'm just polling everybody now because I'm agnostic about it.
So the
third question,
quarter one,
the third quarter one. So the question I had, where I come down on this is, I didn't care that they went for 2 there. Where I probably would have been like a little iffy is once the poop hit the fan and the play clock's rolling down in that kind of game where it's close, you probably want to save the timeout, take the delay, kick it at that point. They did not, and they missed it. And Joe DeCamillis, I know you were sitting in the press conference, weren't you, yesterday?
Yeah.
He kind of went off about it. I don't blame him. I mean, Joe D's he's a man's man, right? He's going to say what's on his mind. But and by the way, the podcaster he was talking about was not me. I like I said, I've gone back and forth on the 2-point decision.
Well, he mentioned TV booth. I was like, is he talking about Mike? No, he's not talking about Mike.
Morgan? No, Morgan. I don't know that Morgan even said anything about it. But so where do you come down on it? My thing is, after the penalty, just take the penalty and kick it if it's But as far as just going for it, if they'd have gotten right out there and lined up and done it, no, I don't have as much of a problem.
Yeah, I don't.
What say you?
I don't think I had too much. Like maybe you can make an argument it was a little too early to do that, but at the same time, like you're right. Like if you just line up and do it, like maybe you catch Alabama off guard. And then with the question about using a timeout there, like initially I was sitting there thinking like just let the play clock run out and still basically an extra point, field goal type of kick. But if you don't call the timeout, do you rush the play too much and then you have an issue like a fumble or something like that? There's a whole. I mean, it almost feels like there's no wrong answer. Like I probably would just ended up kicking the extra point, to be honest. At that point, just let it go. Because then you probably would have needed that. You needed that point once you get to the other side. But it's one of those split-second decisions that you got to kind of learn from, I guess.
Would you say there is a smorgasbord of possible answers there?
Yes.
Yes,
I would.
All right, so I'm with you there too. Gosh, my foot just hit a cord and I'm about to unplug everything. Hang on. Okay, so God, clumsy man. My thing is this. It's like, okay, so if they do kick it and the game unfolds as it did, and Carolina's up 23-14, Bama scores and just kicks the extra point, and then there's a fumble, you're still beat by a field goal by 1 point. Maybe though you save that until later on the second one, had you just kicked the extra point on the first one, and here's why. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Actually, you don't, because if you'd have kicked the extra point and then gone up 9, there's no way in hell you would have gone for 2 in that situation. That would have been dumber that would have caused more scrutiny. So if the game unfolds as it does, they're still beating you with that. The other side of that is if you miss it, I'm talking the first touchdown. If you miss that and Alabama goes down and scores a touchdown, which they could have, they didn't, but they could have, then you're down 2 scores again. Whereas if you kick it, you're only down 8. That probably would have drawn more severe scrutiny, in my opinion, with that, because you kind of, you didn't stay in the game. But if that happens, so and you did miss it, so luckily they didn't score. So I just don't. I don't know either way. I think if it was a situation where, here's the other side of it though, for those that say don't go for 2. Alabama's down 9 driving, and it's getting late. Sometimes coaches will calculate in their head, especially because Carolina was like stopping them until 3rd down and things like that. They not get panicky, but they get kind of impatient when we're running out of time. What we need to do is just, run the ball, kick the field goal, and then either onside it or try to stop them with our timeouts and things like that. So, and then it's 23-17, and then that maybe changes the calculus with Carolina. Or one could say, if it was 23-21, Carolina led at that point, instead of trying to go down the field and score and win the game, maybe it's a little more conservative, ball security, all that. Carolina's just bleeding clock. Then they punt it away and try to make Alabama go however many yards. So maybe that's part of it too. There's all, like I said,
so many different scenarios.
I was using a play on words, but there is a smorgasbord of options.
Yeah.
Shane Beamer's 13-4 in the month of November as a head coach. Some of that's function of schedule. Some of these have been big wins over ranked teams. I think next year they need to start better. My theory is it's all about offense, charting a new direction, because that's what's really gotten off of the slow starts around here for one reason or the other, be it the line sucks, be it the plan sucks, be it whatever. And then this fifth year where you have a bunch of players coming back and you were hot at the end of last year and you change coordinators, but you're just supposed to kind of keep it going. And then that happened. I think there needs to be a whole new direction. Do you think possibly do you buy into that as the primary reason Shane Beamer has not gotten off to good starts? He's 13-4 in November. He's 19-23 all the other months.
I think it's a huge reason. Like, you go back and think about, try and think of a year where under Beamer the defense has not gone off to a great start, and you think more so about the offense being slow out the gates. And I mean, you think about that this year with some of these games, in that Virginia Tech game, you did enough, but you also had the Bakari Swain touchdown. But the defense did their job. LSU, for the most part, South Carolina did their job in that game to hold LSU down and give the offense a chance. Missouri, the defense did enough there to just kind of gave in late with the missed tackles and things like that. I just think it's, even last year too, the offense was off to a slow start before they kind of figured things out with Loggins and kind of just using Sellers as, kind of your everything kind of quarterback. So I think that's it. The offense has played a huge part in these slow starts and something that's got to be figured out next year, because you just put yourself in too much of a big hole. When you look back to last year, you won 6 straight, but it still wasn't enough because of the slow start.
It's been every year too. 2022. I mean, God. I mean, I think we saw at the end what that offense could be had they just, done something different. In 23, it was a bad year on offense because the offensive line. I mean, there were serious issues there beyond coaching, which turns out was not very good. Last year, had Sellers not gotten hurt against LSU, I don't even know that you could say it was a slow start. It was a slow first game. But after that, they put it together. So there's tangible reasons for it beyond scheme. But the only 2 years you could say that, the best of the 3 was the guy calling the plays. The NFL guy number 1 who coached there a week or a month or a year. Got a bunch of coffee for the line coach. That guy who was here 2 years. And then this last guy who was up there for 20 years. So what's the – outside of the fact Dowell Loggins once coached in the NFL for a long time, but he'd been in college for 4 years. Outside of that, there's no, what the problem is, in my opinion. I just think it's you just can't run an offense like you're in the damn NFL. You can't run a defense like that. That's a big problem sometimes too.
I feel like there's been one too many times where they've had to talk about kind of simplifying things in the middle of the season. Not do it from the start.
I mean, Clayton White, there's some college defenses you can't run because they're too complicated, like the Kirby Saban defense, right? You got to kind of do it different. Steve Wilkes, I'll never forget when he was at Missouri. It's the worst defense I've ever seen. Kids confused, out of the gap, terrible.
Terrible defense.
But he's a well-known and well-respected D coordinator in the NFL. He gets fired like every other coach up there, but well-respected. Clayton White, when he took over, part of the reason Carolina got better from 2020 to 2021 on defense was it was much simpler. Safeties didn't have as much on them mentally, all that. One of the best defenses they've ever run here was Ellis Johnson's. That defense originated in 1978 at Spartanburg High School. He just ran it. He kind of took a page from these offensive guys. He just ran it really, really fast. Simple. You know,
Yeah.
the simpler, the better.
Yep.
College, I think you have to make it look complicated, but it actually is simple.
Yeah, and just kind of like they talked about, find your 20 best plays and run with it. Run them over and over again. Stick with what's working.
Do them out of different formations, throw them off, run it, do it till they stop it, right? And that was not happening until the Alabama game. They would just abandon everything that worked. Never. I'm not saying they definitely never went back to something ever, but it was clearly a run the ball and find. You know, they have that phrase where they go FAFO.
Mm-hmm.
This was a RBFO offense. Run the ball and find out. You know,
Run the ball and find out.
You know, Rooster said NFL got 1, NFL got 3, same guy with a different face. Yeah, the problems are different. Those two. One was a guy that went there for a year and did nothing and came back and was all of a sudden married to this thing. You know, had he just called it like he did in college, Temple and Tennessee Tech, probably still been there. Look at what they did at the end of 2022 with that. And then the other guy, there's arrogance is not a problem with Mike Shula. I mean, and it's not him going and seeing the shiny toy in the window and then wanting to play with the toy, and he throws away all of his valuable He-Man and Star Wars, you know. It's that's what he knows and that's what he's done, and nobody tells him any different.
And I think it just continues to go back to, like, obviously the simplifying thing, but then just stick with what's working. You know, if this one play works, don't abandon it and just keep going until they stop it. And then once they stop it, you counter off of it.
The dogmatic no rules of offensive football in the NFL. There's a list of stuff that, you know, anybody you talk to about it, can't do that, can't do that. That's why it looks like it does on Sundays sometimes. That's why if you score 23 points and have 285 yards of total offense, it's a good day. Because they adjust. It's too good. It's a big chess match and all that. It's high drama and great. Sometimes looks the same, but it's not. Call it, you know, that's how you call it up there, you know, and that's a good day. And that's your goal, is to get 300 yards and 20 points, because you're going to win up there that way. Here in college, it's attack. And then you attack what they can't stop. And then when they adjust and they have to double your best receiver or something, then they have somebody open somewhere else, or you fake it one way and go the other. You've been running it left all day and you're killing them over there. And then all of a sudden they send a linebacker somewhere there. Okay, well, now's the time to fake the pitch this way, roll out, throw the pass. Your tight end's probably still running. In theory, don't do that on Xbox, folks, because I don't know that'll work. I'm not a play caller. I'm not a play caller. Michael says, how do you always succeed on the first drive, but don't replicate that the rest of the game? Because in the NFL, there's rules, like there's unspoken rules. That's why you can't do it, because teams adjust. They adjust here. They make adjustments.
Yeah.
In college, it just is what it is. If you suck at corner, or your defensive backs cannot play in space,
nothing you can do.
You know, you need to pick at that scab till it bleeds, and then they finally have to do something drastic to stop to get it stopped, and that leaves something else wide open. That's why, like, when you run the ball well in college, you know, there's not a lot of adjustments if you're blowing them off the ball and your backs are getting yards. Then that, other than creep up and cheat in, you know. And then you do that, you play action over the top, and you got man coverage or somebody's wide open. I mean, that's just, and that you do it over and over and over again out of different formations. You know, that's the best way everybody that's played and coached has explained it to me. So, you know, college football is 30 plus points a game, all that thing. So I don't know. We'll see. Alex basketball starts next week. Lamont Paris was on with JB and Phil and Mike, and I didn't catch all of it. I'm going to. Seems like he likes this team, and I want to ask specifically about Meechie Johnson. It seems like that's he said that guy's grown up since he left. Seems like he has. I never thought he was like not a grown up when he was here, but you know, Meechie's an older guard that's very talented. How much can that help this team?
I mean, you saw it in that exhibition. Like, obviously, we didn't get to see the game, but you kind of just listened to it and see the stats. So you could tell he was driving hard to the basket, which was always something he was really good at on that NCAA tournament team 2 years ago. Because even those games where he wasn't scoring any points, like, he was finding guys that were open. And I think on this team, that's going to be something that's really helpful, just because they have so many perimeter shooters out there. But I think, just kind of hearing Lamont talk about that a little while ago on the show, like, I think he's kind of talking about maturing on the court, playing at his own pace. And I think, he and Eli are going to be a pretty fun backcourt to watch. I think there's a lot of shots that are going to fall in this one. And just, kind of continue to see what some of those things kind of come together in the front court. But without a doubt on this team, like, the guard play compared to last year is going to be much better, which is in college basketball, you got to have good guard play. And I think this year is going to have much better guard play. And then now it's just kind of how those pieces around them fit in. And then defensively, what can they do?
Yeah, I think having, who is it? North Carolina A&T, Southern Miss, the
Presbyterian
of a rivalry. Presbyterian and Radford.
Yeah.
I like that. First 4 games, like that.
Yeah, when you look back to 2 years ago on that NCAA tournament team, the non-conference schedule kind of allowed that team to really gel. And when you compare the two schedules, they're pretty similar this year. You got some of those games that you feel like if you take care of business, you should win. Then also you got a Clemson that's going to challenge you. Virginia Tech, I think they're going to be a pretty decent team coming in Columbia this year. Then you got those 2 Greenbrier tournaments. So Northwestern and Butler, I think, are picked like middle to kind of bottom of both of those conferences. But, it's going to be 2 challenges that's going to help your kind of rankings, those net rankings and things like that. So I think another thing that kind of helps your net rankings is when you shoot well and kind of, I don't want to say blow these teams out, but kind of beat what the projected scores are. And I think having really good shooting on this team is something that's going to help them do that, to help kind of bring that net ranking and things like that up.
Yeah, I like what he said too. I mean, Coach Paris just flat out said, he was like, we don't need any more quad 1 opportunities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
get enough
we need to create these for ourselves.
Yeah. I think so. All right, Alex, we're going to get you out of here. We got to hit a break and then wrap up Thirsty Thursday and wrap up the week here on the show. During the season, you've got to you get to end things for us on Thursdays, because we do the preview show on Saturday. So
yep.
Anyway, all right, brother. Appreciate you, Brad.
Appreciate y'all. See y'all next time.
Take care. That's Alex Jones with Gamecock Smorgasbord. We'll be back to wrap it up on a Thirsty Thursday edition of the show after this.
Fans, listen up. The official Chief Sports apparel store is now available until November 19th on the Chief Sports app. Quality gear, including Nike apparel, shipping within 2 days of ordering. Men, women, and children can choose from a variety of Chief Sports products this holiday season. Order now in the Chief Sports app. Available until November the 19th.
If you live in the Midlands and have a Medicare Advantage plan, please listen carefully.
Hello, I'm Joel Lurie. Due to recent congressional action regarding prescription drug costs, it's very important for you to review your plan. There are major changes that could affect your coverage and how much you pay. If you would like a review of your Medicare Advantage plan, call Lurie Life and Health in Columbia, 803-256-2067. Our service is at no cost.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience and service, second to none. Residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell him Mike sent you.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
You're traveling to a dealership where the savings are beyond imagination. You've just entered the buy right zone.
When you don't have a reliable car, it can turn your world upside down. Even if your credit has reached its outer limits, JT is serious about saving you money. Buy or lease a new JT's Kia for as little as $199 a month. Get 0% for 72 months and save over $7,000. You have entered the buy right zone, where we love to say, you're approved. JT's Kia Fall Savings Event.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show, of course, presented to you by the South Carolina Education Lottery. The $5 Carolina Jackpot ticket is back this year, giving you a chance to win $200,000. If at first you don't succeed, enter it in for the second chance drawing for another shot at $50,000, $75,000, or $100,000 live at an upcoming women's basketball game. See sceducationlottery.com for game odds and details.
That's good.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, JB said he won $20 off of one this weekend. I'm gonna go get one for myself again.
Carl. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thanks, Freddie.
See you tomorrow. Freddie.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
See you tomorrow.
He doesn't even say thanks. He just say, see you tomorrow. Freddie.
I was riding around because that they don't. If you're listening to the show and that commercial comes on or one of our podcasts, you don't know what it is.
It is a little hard, right? It's not designed for radio. Yeah.
Thanks, Eddie. There's thousands of people that consume this show that way.
Right.
And I'm like, so in case you're wondering what that is a South Carolina Educational Lottery commercial. So when Phil comes on and says that, that's what that's all about. Carl,
it's all
Eddie.
about
Freddie
and Carl.
Freddie and Carl. Holy cow! We probably should put something in there like now a word from the South Carolina Educational.
Now a word from
South Carolina. Yeah.
Well, give me one of them Carolina cards. It's like, what Carolina card? I want a Carolina card.
Yeah, Carolina cards. Like, that's also like what students use to buy things at USC.
Right.
There's probably a lot of questions out there about that.
Yeah, I don't know. There is a radio spot available, but it's just too many moving parts to do that. To get the pod up and insert that, because then you got to do. Yeah, no. There's 13,000 people get confused twice a show. It's okay.
Yeah,
they'll live. It's okay.
I don't know, man. Anyway, so yeah, we'll see what happens. Basketball. I actually think that football struggling has helped Lamont Paris a little bit because people are like, give us hope, Lamont.
That's right. Come on, let's go.
Hopefully they can turn it around this year. And
I felt good because he was like, what do you like about this team? What are you looking forward to? He's like, this is a fun team. People are really going to like this team. This is a fun, kind of real. I'm like, yeah, vibes. Thanks, Lamont. That's what I'm looking forward to. This team looks like a really fun team.
Beamer said the same thing about this year.
Well, that's right.
I love coaching this team.
Yeah. There's no 3-pointers.
Honestly, people talk about what's wrong with the team this year. There's one thing that was wrong with this team this year. And that's what makes it so maddening. I'll say it again. Other Carolina teams that have tanked, we get into the season and there's tangible reasons why. It's like, those linebackers weren't quite as fast as we thought. Right. They had some injuries here or there, and their backups aren't any good. Or, we were just hoping beyond hope. We were probably pretty stupid for doing that. Like the 2014 defense, man. I don't know what kind of coaching would have ended up helping them.
Nah,
I literally don't know. I'm like, I have no idea. Now, were they really well coached? Probably not. But I mean, you just look at the size. You know, like 6'2". Craig probably hated that defensive line. There wasn't a guy over 300. You know, he had 265 pounders playing. I mean, it just wasn't meant to be that year. And we should have known that. But by that point, Steve Spurrier had been there long enough. When he said something, everybody trusted him because he was normally right.
Yeah, it was very wrong that the head ball coach was wrong. Very,
he's normally spot on.
freaky.
Well, shoot. Coach Ward says our defense, he didn't say Coach Ward the first time. I think our defense will be better than last year's. Ooh. Okay. And then later on, we find out, well, Coach Ward told me that.
Whammy.
Oh, my God. And even as flawed as that defense was, Philip, you had another lesson why offense is a good thing. It can sometimes save you. They don't blow leads to Missouri and lost 21-20. They're up 20-7 in the fourth quarter. Kentucky on the road, they're up 38-24, lost 45-38 in the fourth quarter. And then the mother of all terrible things they lost at home to a young Josh Dobbs and the champions of life.
Oh gosh, I know. Yeah.
Who had rubbed their damn nose in it the year before in Knoxville, right? With a win. Up 42-28. Pharaoh Cooper had like a zillion receiving yards that night. Actually had 210, set some kind of record. I mean, unstoppable. I mean, Carolina's up 42-28. They're just rolling. There's just enough time where you think Tennessee could come back. Lo and behold, they come back. They go to overtime. It's 45-42. They kick the field goal. Then they call a blitz, the only blitz all night, jailbreak. Dylan couldn't get it off. And Carolina misses a long field goal. And Tennessee wins the game. Spurrier he had to get up and leave.
Right.
The press conference.
Just can't
I don't blame him.
Now, no.
I don't blame him, dude.
No,
I don't blame
not at
him.
all.
So, anyway, we're going to get out of here. Don't forget, Inside the Gamecocks, the preview show tomorrow. So get ready for Ole Miss. Already game 9, Niner.
Nine.
Then we'll have an open date, so I'm taking next Friday off. I don't know about Phil.
I'll probably get to take half of next Friday.
Yeah, I'll do Friday off.
Halloween.
Michael says in 2000. Yeah, I know.
Neither of us have communicated with each other.
Some of us may show up in costumes.
Some of us may.
It's Halloween, man. We got a little tradition going. Appreciate everybody in the Nano Sports chat box today and all week. Appreciate all you fans sticking with us. It's been a tough time, but you never know. Maybe next week, during the open week, we can talk about a win for a change. Look, obviously, Carolina's an underdog, but it's SEC football. Anything can happen. Right, Phil?
Been there before.
All right. Holla at you later. This has been Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Thanks, y'all.